City Clerk, are we ready to begin?
I need one more minute. Mayor, please.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Welcome to the January 12th, 2026 regular meeting of the City Council, successor agency to the Culver City Redevelopment Agency Board, the Culver City Parking Authority Board, the Redevelopment Financing Authority Board, and the Culver City Housing Authority Board. The time is 7:04, and I will begin with a roll call. Councilmember Vera.
Present.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Present.
Councilmember McMorrin. Here. Vice Mayor Fish.
Here.
And Mayor Puza.
Present.
Great. And now's the time for the recognition presentations. We have a proclamation in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Day 2026.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to do a proclamation in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day 2026. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy reminds us that diversity is not a weakness, but a strength that enriches communities, deepens understanding, and unites people across cultures, backgrounds, and experiences. And whereas the city of Culver City is home to a vibrant and diverse community and is committed to fostering an environment where all residents feel welcome, valued, respected, and empowered to participate fully in civic life. And whereas love, expressed through compassion, respect, and empathy, was central to Dr. King's vision and continues to guide efforts to build stronger, healthier, and more connected communities. And whereas the city of Culver City recognizes that public spaces, community programs, and civic engagement initiative serves as powerful platforms to bring people together, celebrate diversity, and inspire collective action in the spirit of Dr. King's teaching. And whereas the City of Culver City's Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration and Juneteenth Celebration Advisory Committee has selected the 2026 theme, Diversity Unites Us, Love Leads Us, and Action Propels Us, to uplift Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s message and to encourage the community to move forward together with purpose, compassion, and commitment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby proclaims Monday, January 19th, 2026 as Martin Luther Jr. King Day in the City of Culver City and reaffirms the city's ongoing commitment to equity, inclusion, and unity, calling upon all residents to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. through service, reflection, and action that strengthens our community and advances justice for all. Dated this 12th day of January 2026, by myself and all the council members.
Hi. Wait, is this on? Okay, great. So good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow Culver City residents. As chair of the MLK and Juneteenth Committee, it is an honor and a responsibility to stand before you today and accept this proclamation commemorating Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And the proclamation means more to me and our committee than words on paper. It's a public commitment. It's a reminder that Dr. King's vision wasn't just for his time, but ours. And in today's climate, when division feels louder than unity, when fear threatens to drown out hope, his teachings are not relics of history. They are a roadmap forward. And he understood something revolutionary, that our liberation is intertwined, that the struggles of Black Americans, Latino families, Asian communities, our LGBTQ plus neighbors, our young people, our elders, all of this is connected. And he didn't just fight against racism, he fought against poverty, he fought against anything that diminished human dignity. And his dream itself wasn't colorblind, it was color conscious and justice focused. He knew we cannot ignore our differences, and we must honor them while recognizing our shared humanity. What inspires me most about Dr. King is that he didn't wait for perfect conditions to act. He didn't wait for everyone to agree. He showed up, he spoke truth, and built a beloved community brick by brick, person by person, coalition by coalition. And that work continues here in Culver City right now. When we choose dialogue over demonization, when we organize instead of agonize, and when we build bridges instead of walls, that's King's legacy in action. And Dr. King once said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." And what he didn't say, but what he showed us, is that we are the ones who do the bending. So through our choices, our courage, our refusal to accept the things as they are when we know what they could be. So today, as we accept this proclamation, we also renew our commitment to continue the work, to pass the torch to the next generation, and ensure that Culver City is a place where everyone, regardless of race, age, background, or zip code, can thrive. And lastly, I invite all of you to join us Saturday for our MLK celebration, where we'll come together as a community to honor Dr. King's life, reflect on his teachings, and commit ourselves to the work that remains. So, thank you.
All right, if everyone can please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. I'll now read our oral statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of Indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all Indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. Great. And are there any announcements from CBCs or staff?
No announcements from CBCs. As the city clerk, I want to let everyone know that there are a few pages on the online version of the agenda that were not viewable online. There was a little some weird language. So accordingly, hard copies are provided for consent items C3 and C9, and they're in the back where the rest of the packet binder is, if you want to take a look. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any announcements or comments from my colleagues, starting with Councilmember Vera?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to wish everybody a happy and healthy new year. Got a lot to take care of in 2026, so hope we're all ready to work hard and work with one another. And I want to officially welcome Mr. Jones on your first official meeting. Welcome to the city, and looking forward to working with you as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Pretty much want to echo what Councilmember Rivera said there. Welcome, City Manager Jones. We've already had many discussions, looking forward to many more, and all the productive work that we're going to get done this year. Thank you to the MLK and Juneteenth Committee for all the hard work you have been doing. I don't know if you're still in the room, but can't wait for the event this weekend. I really hope the community comes out for it. Fantastic programming, great way to honor Dr. King, and to uplift the legacy that he left behind and move that forward, especially in this time of division that we have right now. And yes, Happy New Year to everyone.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's year is off to a good start, as good as it can be, I guess. I hope everyone had a safe and enjoyable holiday. And despite the ongoing instability, uncertainty, and hostility, we are reminded that community is how we will make it through. So I just encourage all of us in this space and online to please support mutual aid efforts, show up to local protests. I know we have an ongoing one that's here on this corner, I think every Saturday. Show up and extend care to a neighbor. Through our small actions, they will create bigger waves of belonging and community care, and that'll be what will get us through. I'm really excited for Saturday, echoing Councilmember O'Brien's comments, and I look forward to working with all of my colleagues and our brand new city manager in the year ahead. And never forget that hope is a discipline, and we're building that hope muscle together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. It is a new year, and I'm really grateful to be here, to be with all of you, to be with you, City Manager Jones, and our new mayor, Freddie Puza. And I also just want to, building off of what my colleague, Councilmember McMorrin said, I just want to uplift the names of Renee Good and Keith Porter Jr., who were both shot and killed by ICE agents over the past 2 weeks. And I just wanted to say their names, and I know I'm sure that my colleagues join me in just wanting to demand accountability for these depraved actions. And it was really powerful to see so many folks in our community and beyond take to the streets this past weekend across the country to stand up for our shared values. And I also want to share some thanks to those who came to a Hanukkah party we threw. We ended up raising $800 for West Los Respuesta Rápida, one of the mutual aid organizations that I think Councilmember McMorrin was referring to. And I'm just grateful that in this space we have the capacity, the wherewithal, and the power and the ability to move our city forward despite some really challenging times. So thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. And it's still a new day, and Happy New Year to everyone. Hope everyone had a nice holiday season. Just want to start on a note of gratitude to welcome the city manager once again. Looking forward to what's to come, and we've been really busy. This past Friday, we went out to introduce ourselves to restaurants, businesses, and residents in downtown Culver City. And I'm looking forward to more of these types of engagements. Also just grateful for my colleagues and looking forward to a productive year. And again, just want to thank all the staff members for all their contributions. Without you, nothing can be done in this city. Also want to acknowledge the fears and anxieties of many of you shared with me about the recent ICE shootings and death. And I think it's important to say their names again, Renee Good and Keith Porter. Know that we will not be complicit in the erosion of human dignity, civil rights, and due process, and we'll do everything in our power to make sure everyone in Culver City is safe and protected. On that note, I just want to go a little bit out of order and ask for nodding heads to agendize a conversation about establishing ICE zones in Culver City, which is taking our sanctuary city policy a step further and will restrict federal civil immigration enforcement agencies from using city-owned land or facilities. Great, thank you. And then last, I just hosted several listening sessions last year with several faith-based leaders on a variety of subjects. And based on that information, I'll be partnering with LA Voice and Culver City Presbyterian Church to host an event, Hear Our Voice. It's a teach-in about immigration and support for families impacted by ICE, and that will happen on January 25th at 2 p.m. at Culver City Presbyterian Church.
What's the date again?
January 25th.
25th, okay.
Yep.
Also, and Mayor, really quick, just want to ask in advance for nodding heads to adjourn in memory of Joy Atkinson. She was a mentor to me and many other Black women in Los Angeles. She suddenly passed this past Saturday. I'll read her bio later in the night, but just wanted to lift up her name in this space, as I would not be sitting here but for her mentorship and guidance. So want to make sure to adjourn in memory if colleagues are okay with that.
I'm seeing nodding heads by all 5 council members.
Great. And next we'll go to presentations to City Council and receive a presentation by Dr. Nicole Yates of King Independent Research with an update to the Racial Equity Action Plan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, and City Council members. As part of the city's ongoing commitment to embedding racial equity into our policies, procedures, organizational structure, and training, item P1 this evening provides an update on the progress of the Racial Equity Action Plan study. In August of 2020, the city reaffirmed its commitment to racial equity by moving from principle to action and initiating the development of a Racial Equity Action Plan. The goal was to examine both current and future policies, procedures, and organizational structures, and to develop recommendations that improve outcomes for Culver City's diverse residents and workforce. In January of 2024, the city entered into a contract with Keene Independent LLC to lead this work. Keene Independent LLC is a research and consulting firm that partners with public agencies, nonprofits, and private organizations to support data-driven decision-making and community-focused outcomes. The firm has completed more than 200 similar projects across California and nationwide. Dr. Nicole Yates, senior consultant and co-owner at Keene Independent, has served as the city's primary liaison on this project. Based in Glendale, Dr. Yates brings extensive experience in inclusive community engagement and qualitative survey analysis and has led nearly a dozen equity-focused projects on the West Coast over the past 3 years. With that said, we'll turn this presentation over to Dr. Nicole Yates and Dana Anderson, Human Resources Director, Michelle Hamilton, Deputy Human Resources Director. Dr. Nicole Yates and myself are available to answer any questions you may have after the presentation. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you, Janine. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff, city manager, nice to see you in person, and Culver City community. Wonderful to be here. Happy New Year. And I am going to be running us through the scope of work, so kind of what we have been doing, what the status of the project is, where we are, and I'll give you some kind of initial results from the internal portion of the assessment and the external portion of the assessment. And I'll just note that there is going to be a full report that will be available to council and the public when the study is nearing its completion. So there will be a lot more detail than I can get into this evening. But we'll do as best we can to give a good overview here. So first off, the scope of work. The project, obviously, our kind of main sort of overall project management task has been occurring throughout the duration of the project. But we started out, in terms of actual project work, we started out with a thorough review of the city's policies, programs, and procedures. We looked at department-level policies as well as policies relating to the governance of Culver City. And this was hundreds of pages of policies that have been synthesized as part of our analysis. We also looked at the city's workforce. We looked at current workforce demographics by race, gender, and job category. And we also looked at hiring, promotions, and separations by all of those categories as well. So some of the results that I'll show you today will have to do with the workforce results. Then we had a preliminary visioning session. We've talked with the city's, we've talked with city staff, the city's department heads, as well as convened a group of city staff members who have been serving as sort of the internal review committee to this project, and have kind of gut checked some of these results and these early findings with them. And then also did some internal stakeholder engagement with staff. So we did what we call a virtual workshop survey, which is, it's structured like an online survey, but it has more opportunities for people to give their input in their own words. And what we're really focused on there is that good qualitative feedback that explains the why for some of the phenomena that we're observing. And then in addition to some interviews and listening sessions. Then for phase 2, this is more of the external phase, which will be complete early this year. We have done some community engagement, which includes a community version of this virtual workshop, which I'll give you some preliminary results from that, as well as public meetings and contact with community groups. So then kind of once we've got that section of the study wrapped up, then we'll be developing a plan which will consist of recommendations and actions, and we'll have some capacity building sessions with staff to ensure that the plan can be implemented long after our engagement with the city has ended. So that first phase, staff have some of those materials under review, and the second phase we have is still ongoing, and I'll tell you kind of a little bit about what the conclusion of that phase will look like. So getting into some of the workforce information here. So really the purpose here of the workforce analyses is really to look for patterns. So we're looking for any patterns of underrepresentation in the city's current workforce, as well as its hiring, promotions, and separations. So here, as you can see, oh, maybe not. Maybe I don't want to use the laser pointer. Oh, okay, no, I don't. It's fine. We can see. But here, again, as I mentioned, we're looking for patterns of underrepresentation. So what we do here is we look at the available workers in Los Angeles County, which is kind of the labor market for the Culver City workforce. And we're looking for any potential disparities that might merit further monitoring. So kind of the large one that you can see there is that given what is expected in the labor market, Hispanic Americans are underrepresented in the city's workforce. But the city has good diversity amongst its workers, and you'll see that in hiring, a lot of the hiring over the past few years especially has been remedying some of those disparities that have previously existed. We also, again, looked at this by job category and by gender. And so those reports, those numbers are in that detailed report that's under staff review currently. But one sort of interesting thing and bright spot I wanted to highlight there is that women were underrepresented in protective service workers, among protective service workers. And hiring in the past few years at Culver City has already begun to address that. So those are the kinds of patterns that we're looking for in the data, and we're looking for these relationships to see whether current trends in hiring and promotions are helping those to remedy some of those disparities, and they are here, so that's good news. And then we also looked at promotions, based on, we came up with an average of expected promotions per worker. What we also looked at, again, by race, gender, and job category, and so there were a couple of interesting patterns there, but one that I'll note is that there was a pattern of underrepresentation among Asian Americans in promotions. So moving on to the internal virtual workshop survey that we did with city staff. So you can see there's kind of the breakdown of the demographics there for the city staff, but the purpose here was really to ask staff in their own words for their experiences of feelings of equity and inclusion in the city as workers. We did also ask a little bit for their impressions of the city as an equitable partner and as an like community partner and as an equitable service provider, but the focus was really on their experiences in the workplace there. So some interesting figures here. These are some more demographics. As you can see, we had some good representation from departments, and almost half of the folks that participated in this had been at the city for more than 7 years. So some good tenure diversity there as well. So some of these results that were interesting here. We asked participants to rate how equitable they thought Culver City was as a workplace. And so this 41% choosing 7, which is the highest number, like the highest level of agreement, is pretty rare in the work that we do. We've done these kinds of surveys, and this is a question that we like to ask across lots of different studies so that we can compare. And this level of agreement is very high. For what we typically see. And same with this next question about receiving the support and resources that they need to be successful in their jobs at Culver City. Pretty high numbers. Then we asked how supportive individuals believe their managers were, their direct supervisors were of diversity, equity, inclusion. And I'll just note that we started this study prior to 2025, and so all of the terminology that we're using that you'll see in this is unchanged from that, and I think sort of validated by the city's longstanding commitment to diversity, to equity, and to justice and unity. So you will see those that language in here. But very, very high agreement for support of, for how supportive folks feel that their direct supervisors are of DEI. And city leadership, there was a bit of a gap here, so I show these next to each other because there was a bit of a gap in these ratings in terms of the average rating for how much employees felt that their direct supervisor versus city leadership as a whole was of diversity, equity, inclusion. And a lot of that is typically indicative to us that of a communication gap, that maybe there are more opportunities for city leadership to communicate that they do care about this and that they do kind of what the initiatives are that are going on, that exist, that are supporting diversity and equity in the community and also in the workplace. We also asked about HR and filing complaints, because this is kind of an area where we sometimes see equity issues, and we sometimes will recommend processes that are informal to be able to handle complaints, just depending on the community and the way that the workforce complaints process goes. So this is fairly standard in terms of what we see, that folks generally have some trepidation about addressing complaints because people have a lot of different experiences with filing complaints. But again, just something to kind of note here, and that will come up in our recommendations about complaints processes. And then finally, we also asked employees if they had participated in any type of training focused on equity or inclusion, and included some examples of what that might be. And most of the folks at Culver City have participated in something like that. And we heard from staff, well, let me put a pin in that. Don't want to spoil the end. Okay. So we asked a series of ratings questions as well, where we asked people to let us know the extent to which they agreed with the following questions. And so here, we were able to do some analyses by race, gender, tenure, and a couple of other factors. And so here we were just kind of, again, what we're looking for is patterns in responses. And so there were a few instances where women and non-white employees in particular rated these items of including things like they feel like the policies are fair and they feel like they get the resources that they need, et cetera. Those ratings were lower than average for those groups of folks. So again, things to monitor and to consider when we're looking at patterns. So here is when we asked folks to give us their thoughts in their own words, what kinds of things that they hope the city would focus on, or pain points that they have as employees. And just keep in mind that there was a lot of really positive feedback, and that here this is a selection bias situation where I'm choosing to focus on the constructive criticism here. So there was a lot of really positive feedback. So I just want to note that. But a few of the things that came up a couple of times were about the feeling like the city is understaffed, and that needing more opportunities for training and for learning. Also, staff were really interested in having more opportunities to have these kinds of conversations around equity, around the city's initiatives, around kind of what's going on in the current social and political environment that maybe they feel they used to have but don't have as much now. So we thought that was really interesting finding. So kind of to summarize some of what we talked about here, again, the workforce has been getting more diverse, and there are some patterns of underrepresentation that hiring is remedying, but a few areas to kind of keep an eye on for continued monitoring. In terms of policies, we didn't get too much into policies because the policy document is super in the weeds, but the kind of big picture there is that many of these documents would benefit from some more specificity in wording and from regular updates. And then finally, as I was talking about, staff would like to have more of, many staff expressed wanting some more opportunities for some of these discussions, especially like cross-departmental discussions, and that leadership have some opportunity to build trust and strengthen communications. So real quick, insights into the public engagement portion of this. So over the past several months, we've done a lot of public engagement, including meetings at local rec centers. We had a couple meetings at the Four Points Sheraton, some at the senior centers and at the senior center and the teen center, and did that community virtual workshop that has, as of when I put this together, 235 responses. We are hoping to get more responses in kind of a final push that I'll talk to you about at the end here, but the survey was distributed at multiple events and via multiple different avenues. So some of the initial results here. We asked people about city events, like city-sponsored events, and how they felt the quality of those events were and how inclusive they felt they were. So you're seeing some pretty high levels of agreement here that the events are high quality and that they are fairly inclusive, which is positive. But also, again, we're seeing a bit more distribution when we ask how equitably the city supports its residents. And again, to us, that is, given the initiatives that Culver City has and all the efforts that Culver City does and promotes to promote diversity, to promote inclusion, there's maybe a bit of a communication gap there. But again, people have a sense, more than half of folks that we surveyed had a sense that Culver City does care about being equitable. And then finally, just some of the other interesting bits of feedback that we got were that this plan has been called the Racial Equity Action Plan, but we got some input from folks saying that, well, what about gender equity or, equity across socioeconomic statuses. And so there was some stratification in terms of whether this should be focused specifically on racial equity versus whether it should be broadened. So that was an interesting finding. And then there were also some other topics that kind of go beyond the scope of this assessment that came up relatively frequently. Obviously, this plan is not going to tell Culver City how to solve homelessness. We don't know. But I felt it important to mention that those topics did come up quite a bit in some of those public meetings. And so the plan for this is to, in February, host an open community forum where we'll invite members of the community to come and give some of their feedback on some of these initial results and do a final push for participation in that virtual workshop survey so we can get a little bit more of that feedback that then can be incorporated into these analyses and that final report. So with that, I am concluding. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate being here. And again, just want to commend everyone for, the city's commitment to equity, inclusion, and unity, as you all so, wonderfully discussed with the MLK Day proclamation. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yates. Appreciate the presentation. Now we'll go to questions or comments from our colleagues. I'll start with Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you. Yeah, that was really interesting. I appreciate the work that has been put into that, and really, it's a great way to look inward and evaluate. I think all of our hearts are in the right places, but whether or not we're being effective in our actions, it's good to know. And I took a lot from it, and I look forward to hear the direction that you suggest after your future meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Yates, for being here in person. And it's been wonderful to work with you, I guess, a little bit more closely on the equity subcommittee. So I'm just grateful that our colleagues and our community get a chance to see sort of where we are. I know it's been a long time coming, so this is a check-in. I know folks have reached out to me asking sort of where we are with this. So just very grateful for your efforts. Looking forward to continued community engagement as we move forward to the next step. But thank you so much again.
Thank you, Councilmember McMorrin.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Yates, for your presentation. Overall, it looks like the city is doing good, but there's always room for growth, and I appreciate, you bringing that to our attention and how we can work on that, making it an even better, inclusive city. So thank you so much for your time and your presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yates, and I was able to attend a workshop, and it was great. I appreciate all the work that went into the many engagement events you put on, and thanks for updating us on what you're finding. It's really fascinating.
Thank you.
Great, yeah, thank you. It's been great working with you in the Equity Subcommittee. Looking forward to seeing all of the data and taking action or moving forward in whatever ways that are the best suited for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll go to joint public comment on items not on the agenda.
Before we start, I will read the statement regarding hate speech and decorum. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Meeting attendees are expected to observe the rules of decorum by treating others with courtesy, listening respectfully, providing fair and equal treatment for all persons and matters coming before the City Council, and allowing others to speak without interruption or intimidation. These guidelines help ensure a productive and accessible environment for all members of the public to engage in their local government process. Finally, while the Council is here to listen to your comments regarding issues affecting the community, please remember that the public comment is not a forum for two-way conversations with council members or other individuals in the meeting. All comments should be directed to the mayor and to the City Council as a whole. Thank you.
We currently have 4 speakers signed up to speak.
Great. Let's do 3 minutes each.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call all of our speakers for tonight for items not on the agenda. First up, we have Daryl Sherness, Philip Lilyfield, Monica Richardson, and Shao Yi Keen. Our first speaker is Daryl Sherness.
Excuse me, I'm on PH, I requested to speak on PH 1.
Okay.
Happy for both, but you don't want items not on the agenda?
No.
Okay. Our next speaker is Philip Lilyfield, followed by Monica Richardson.
Slide? Don't start the time till the slide, please. All right. At the most recent hearing of the Governance Subcommittee, I asked the co-chairs what they were doing for community outreach, especially to groups that might disagree with their views. I did not get an answer. This is why I'm presenting tonight. All the data I'm going to be presenting is at the website culvercityelectiondonationdata.com, so anybody can check the accuracy of what I'm presenting. Next slide, please. During the last election, there was a lot of discussion of outside influence, but nobody was asking where the candidates themselves got their money. And so last January, I downloaded all of the candidates' FPPC filings and graphed them up. The bar charts are dollar donations by geography. The pie charts are percentage dollar donations by geography. The important color is the dark blue. The dark blue is money from citizens of Culver City, because citizens can only donate a maximum of $1,120. This is an excellent proxy for how much effort each candidate put into convincing the citizens of Culver City that their views should be supported financially. That's the dark blue. Orange is nearby cities. Gray is the rest of Southern California. Gold is the rest of the state. And light blue is money from people from out of state to influence our local election. Next slide, please. So here is the plot for the 5 current Culver City Council people. The important thing, again, is dark blue indicates citizen support for the candidate. Everything else is outside influence. Given that I have more time than I was expected, I will add that in the last 2 elections, Albert Vera and Dan O'Brien got the greatest percentage of money from the citizens of Culver City of any candidate, and they got the most votes of any candidate in those elections. And in future elections, this type of data can be published in real time as the forms are turned in. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica Richardson, followed by Shao Yi King.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Monica Richardson. I want to talk about Overland. So I've lived in Culver City in the area for 35 years. I drive up and down Overland from National down to the pool 10 times a week, sometimes 12 times a week. I've seen one bicycle. Most of the time, it's one bicycle is going that way. All we need, I would say, just forget the whole thing. You've already ruined downtown. They ruined parts of Venice. I see what you've done to this east area. Just paint the bike lane a bright color. Yes, we need a crosswalk with a flashing light like they did on Ocean Park for people to cross safely in front of the library. So, Los Angeles Department of Transportation widened Overland. You wouldn't live here, you didn't live here. They widened Overland north of Venice. So, you know, Overland is as important, or maybe more than Sepulveda, because as you head east, there is nothing that is 4 lanes that heads north. I commuted to 20th Century Fox, I commuted to Hollywood. So they widened Overland from 1 lane each way to 2 lanes each way. I drive, I see the traffic. If you do what you're gonna do from Venice south, it's gonna be nuts because you're gonna go from 4 lanes down to 1. I want to talk about EMT, the fire, the police. When you start to do this, you create problems. I went to the Palisades event last week. You know, I want to know, do you have an evacuation plan? LA really does not have a real evacuation plan. The Palisades did not have one. We don't need this. Leave it open. And as you go down, it's going to get even worse. What about all the delivery trucks? What about FedEx? You know, UPS, everybody who pulls over in front of the pool, in front of the businesses, in front of the Lutheran church, when you want to let somebody out, an old lady, for disability people with canes, with people with walkers, mothers with babies, mothers with children. When you pull in, are you going to get rid of all the parking? I went to one of the events, you know, and I really feel like we were lied to, and it said, oh, you know, we want your input. No, I heard you're just going to go forward. But I have been in this area for 35 years. Like I said, you didn't live here, you didn't live here. When they opened Overland, it's so important. This is how people get to the 10. You know, this is not the Netherlands. If you want that, go there. It's not Denmark. If you want that, go there. And if you want that, you can go to Northern California. There's land there. You can, you know, just, I don't know, go there and just have the whole wide area. This is the second biggest city in the United States. Lastly, I want to say, I support law enforcement. Not everybody agrees with you. I want all illegal criminals out of our city. I live just north of here. We were robbed blind, okay, by thieves from Chile and God knows where. My neighborhood, 72 burglaries happened in 3 months 2 years ago.
Thank you. Your time has
Okay.
expired.
Thanks. I support law enforcement.
Next speaker is Xiaoyi Qian. Or is it Sean?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Xiaoyi Chen, and my wife and I run a Chinese immersion childcare and preschool. We're in the process of building out our new location in Culver City on Washington Boulevard. And I'm here tonight to ask that the City Council consider allocating city resources to a city-sponsored event in recognition of Chinese and Lunar New Year. Recognition and inclusion is critical to making people of all backgrounds and cultural heritages feel welcome. And just like we have events now celebrating MLK Day, Juneteenth, Hispanic Heritage Month, and other events celebrating people of different ethnic and cultural and social backgrounds, I encourage the City Council to also consider an event for the Chinese and broader Asian communities in recognition of Chinese and Lunar New Year. My wife and I had a really great conversation with Mayor Puza about this, and he encouraged us to come and speak in support of such an event tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to get nodding heads to agendize a conversation about supporting a Lunar New Year event.
Do we have enough time? When is it?
February 17th
Oh,
to February 27th.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
I see nodding heads from all council members.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Great, thank you. All right. May I get a motion to receive and file correspondence?
I have a motion from Councilmember Vera, a second from Vice Mayor Fish. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the consent calendar. Are there any items that should be pulled for separate discussion by council members? Councilmember O'Brien.
Yes, C9?
C9. Councilmember Vera.
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Councilmember One. Great. Okay, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have 2 speakers.
Okay, let's give them 3 minutes each.
Our first speaker is Michelle Dennis, speaking on item C6. And our second speaker is Meg Sullivan, speaking on item C9 with 1 minute seated by Steve Rowe. So our first speaker is Michelle Dennis.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to draw your attention to the sales tax report. Over the last 2 years, 8 quarters, 6 quarters have demonstrated a downward trend in sales tax receipts. 1 is flat and 1 is up. That's the most recent quarter. And 6 of those 8 quarters are below the long-term trend line on the graph attached to the staff report. So I urge that the 10-year forecast that's presented as part of the mid-year budget review do 3 forecasts for sales tax. 1, a possible increase, a flat, and a small decrease. This way, the staff and the city can see the sensitivity of sales tax receipts and its impact on the city's structural deficit. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Meg Sullivan with 1 minute seated by Steve Rowe.
Good evening, Mayor Puza and council members. I want to speak about changes to the definitions text of the rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinances in C9. They're highly consequential for owners of older, affordable buildings and merit a complete discussion with owners so that staff and council can understand the potential impacts. They're not just cleanup items. Therefore, please pull those changes, at least until these conversations can take place. Staff's contention in the November 10 meeting that the city's rental adjustment application process protects against negative consequences is absolutely false in practice. Due to its unnecessary complexity, the city's rental adjustment form is stacked against owners. For evidence, look no further than the staff's admission that only a handful of owners have ever even applied for, much less succeeded in getting such an adjustment. So that is a handful of applications over nearly 6,700 units that are believed to be eligible for rent stabilization. That would be about 1 request per 1,000 units, which makes no sense. Logically, there would be way more applications if the adjustment process actually worked for owners. Many owners were blindsided by the first year's rent control. What then followed was a 5-year period of extraordinary, truly historic economic upheaval between COVID, the COVID-era moratoria on rent collection, and runaway inflation. Undoubtedly, many more owners than a mere handful were not able to keep pace with their legally protected fair right of return, but took one look at that formula and threw up their hands. They left the business or started neglecting maintenance or turned their property into a zombie building. Do you know what that is? That's when somebody just doesn't rent their place out anymore. I've heard of such a fourplex. We can't afford that in our crisis right now, our housing crisis. We all want the best for former Director Barnes, but she was also incorrect in giving the impression that extensive outreach occurred prior to the passage of these ordinances. There were only meetings about the idea of having rent control and tenant protections. The crucial details were hammered out late at night by the council during the very beginning of the pandemic, when nobody could meet in person, when people didn't know how to use Zoom or WebEx, and not even the council and the staff members were able to be in the same room. Please put 1590-205 and 1590-305. Please pull them from the changes so that owners can have an iterative discussion with staff and council so that they can truly understand what's at stake. Thanks in advance for your consideration, and Happy New Year.
Thank you. All right.
I don't need a staff report.
Okay.
I just would like to make a comment on it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sullivan she's been reaching out to me, and we've been having conversations, and I asked questions at the council meeting a couple times back when this was on the agenda, and I honestly didn't have the knowledge or the background to be able to have that iterative conversation with staff the way Ms. Sullivan has that knowledge. And I asked my colleagues if we can just allow that conversation to happen, allow Ms. Sullivan to be in the room with staff, and is it the Subcommittee on Housing and Homelessness? Like everyone in the room together, where it's not just 2 minutes of her speaking and then we all talk and decide. I think they need to have an ability to hear what we say, what staff says, and then respond to that. And just to make sure, because there's items here that are more complex than can be understood in a real small window of time without that iterative discussion. So I'm just asking those two items that Ms. Sullivan asked to be pulled, 15.09.205 of the RSO, and then 15.09.305 of the tenant protection ordinance, and have a discussion with these mom and pop landlords about it, and where there can be improvements on the language on that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Rivera, do you have any comments or questions?
No comment, but I agree with Councilmember O'Brien, and I'd be willing to support that as well.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
I heard the code sections, but I didn't hear the actual statutes that were being referenced. We have a Committee on Housing and Homelessness meeting tomorrow, so we did have an extensive conversation about this, and these are mostly cosmetic changes and definition clarifications, but I am very open to having this conversation. The meeting's tomorrow at 4 p.m. I would welcome anyone, including Ms. Sullivan, to join, and we can even have a conversation about these statutes. I would just offer that option as opposed to holding back those provisions. Oh, no, sorry, it's still on. I think there was an error message sent out, but it's still on at 4 p.m.
Mayor, if I may, I believe that that's a standing subcommittee, so the agenda may have gone out. If it's not on the agenda, you wouldn't be able to discuss it tomorrow.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
I think it's a special meeting, though. I don't know if that makes any difference.
Unfortunately not. It's still a 24-hour notice to change the agenda, and if it's tomorrow, we wouldn't be able to make the revision to the agenda in time.
Thank you, and I'm willing to, have that at least have a conversation in that committee. I just don't know enough about these two provisions to be able to put those on hold right now, but I'm very open to having that conversation in that committee, and we can agendize it for that committee if we want. I'm open to that.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a discussion about Ms. Sullivan's request?
Correct.
Okay. Appreciate that clarification. I know former Director Barnes isn't present, but I don't know if staff would be able to speak a little bit to the process that brought us to this point, because I know there has been pretty significant conversations and outreach. I understand that maybe there might not be 100% consensus about what robust outreach looks like, but I don't know if staff is available to speak to what has taken place. And I know we had agreed in the last meeting to additional community outreach. I think it's important to lift that up in this conversation as well. So I don't know if staff could speak a little bit to the process and how we're going to move forward as well.
Yes, thank you. My name is Shannon Lewis. I am the Rent Stabilization Coordinator with Housing and Human Services. I will first just address that there are substantial changes coming to the Rent Stabilization Ordinance as well as the Tenant Protections Ordinance, because we know we did want to have conversations with landlords and tenants to allow them input on the changes that would be occurring to the ordinances. We did also discuss these changes during the Standing Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee meeting, where we also addressed the housing services concerns that have been addressed by landlords in terms of what we are including. As far as the outreach goes, it's like you mentioned, Councilmember McMorrin, there was outreach done to landlords and tenants when we initially brought these ordinances online to allow them to provide feedback to us on the changes to the ordinances. And as we have been implementing the ordinances, we have taken their feedback into consideration to ensure that we were incorporating them into the changes that have been made and that are forthcoming. Just one last thing, and that's it. Sorry. Thank you.
Can you speak a little bit to how we're going to move forward? I know you alluded, but yeah.
Yes, we do intend to have outreach to both landlords and tenants, including mailers. That's what we've done in the past. We will have meetings with them. I know that previously those were done separately, and I don't know if the city attorney would like to speak to those, but those were done separately. We do not mind having those meetings during the Standing Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee meeting, and whatever robust type of outreach we need to complete and work with TriPeppy, our consultant, to do. We'll make sure to do it so that both tenants and landlords can ensure their voices are heard for those substantial changes that are coming in the fall.
And if I'm remembering correctly, some things we weren't able to move fully forward because we wanted to, it was going to take more time. So we chose to specifically move forward with the things that we had discussed that were mostly definitional shifts, and our housing and homelessness standing committees are a little bit more relaxed than these meetings. And so although procedurally it's not supposed to be that way, there tends to be a little bit more back and forth from our attendees who are in the space and are giving comment or asking questions, both from members who are present as well as staff. I think that's important to lift up because it's not as stringent as it is in this forum, where typically when you stop speaking, that's it. There tends to be, and folks can look back if you don't believe what I'm saying, folks can look at those meetings. Those are stored online on culvercity.gov/agendas. I think you can find recordings of previous housing and homelessness standing meetings, which is great that it's a standing meeting because now all that information is public and available. So I say all that to say I feel really confident in what staff has done so far, and I definitely encourage folks to continue to remain engaged as we continue to do more of the substantive work as it moves forward. So I'd like to move forward if we're able, because there has been a lot of staff time on this, and I think we should install it. So my vote would be to move this item forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to go back and confirm that most of the changes that were made at the last meeting were language updates and clarifications and definitions. And then the ones, as Councilmember McMorrin, I remember one was the definition of a LLC and what does that mean. So the ones that were more consequential were pulled out.
That's correct. And just to add, we also made changes to the ordinances to reflect how we currently interpret the ordinance and how we've been implementing it. One of those things being the housing services issue that has been raised tonight.
Great, thank you. I would definitely support more outreach to landlords and tenants for this bigger initiative with the rent control policy, and more robust, and make sure that we're, really communicating and getting all of our residents involved and landlords and tenants. But I think what we have tonight, I would move forward with what we have, and then move on to that bigger update. All right, so I'm assuming, do you want to pull that one out?
Yeah, and I'll just, in 30 seconds, say specifically what Ms. Sullivan's concerned about is the definitions portion of these two statutes. And I'm reading back at her email right now, and it's the RUBS, which is the way utilities are broken down within a multi-unit complex when they're billed as one. And the way they're categorized is not, according to Ms. Sullivan, accurate from a staff's perspective. And so, yeah, I without being able to pull these two parts out, I'm going to vote no on this tonight. I would hope, though, in a future meeting, that since I don't think I have the votes, we have the votes to pull it now, that this will be discussed at a future meeting of the subcommittee and truly examined where Ms. Sullivan and others can speak to these issues that she's concerned about. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, if I may add one quick ask. So as I understand it, I remember this coming up, and I remember asking staff about this, and the response was about doing a rental adjustment, was basically landlords can pursue a rental adjustment. So if I could ask, could we just, in the Housing and Homelessness Committee, could we have a discussion and could we just learn more about the process of a rental adjustment? I'd like to learn more about what that process is like and how those decisions are made, because it sounds like part of the concern here is just a doubt about are people aware they can do that and what happens when that request is made. So I'd just love to learn more about that.
And the complexity of it.
And yes, and the complexity of making that request. Is that something we could agendize for a housing and homelessness, a future housing and homelessness subcommittee, not tomorrow's?
I support that.
To remand that discussion?
Yes, it sounds like that's part of the concern, is just whether landlords feel they can request an adjustment or know that they can request an adjustment. So I'd just love to learn more about that process. If we could remand that to the committee.
We can do nodding heads.
I support it. Yeah, I'm on the subcommittee. I mean, it feels like it's already in the scope of what we're discussing, but happy to have a separate conversation, separate agendized item. Sure.
Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads from all council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll pull out C9. Somebody get a motion to approve C1 through C8 and then C10 through 14.
I have a motion from Councilmember Vera, a second from Vice Mayor Fish. Please vote.
I'm having an issue with my screen. Give me 1 second. This is for everything but C9, correct, Mayor?
All but C9.
Yes, correct.
It's not letting me hit, okay, there it is.
Okay. Great. All members have voted, and the consent calendar minus C9 passes unanimously.
Great, and now we'll take C9.
Let me go to C9. Great. And now we can accept a motion in a second. We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Mayor Puza. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes 3-2. 3 ayes by Pusa, Fish, McMorrin, nays from O'Brien and Vera.
Okay, now we will move to public hearing number 1, appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to adopt resolution number 2025 P011, approving conditional use permit, and a Class 1 categorical exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act, and consideration of supplemental Class 32 categorical exemption for infill development to allow a vehicle service facility with an existing 42,333 square foot building at 10150-100200 Jefferson Boulevard. May I get a motion to receive and file the affidavit of mailing, publishing, and posting of public office?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Great, and may I get a brief staff report from staff?
Good evening, Mayor Pusa and council members and the community. I'm Gabriel Barreras, Senior Planner, and this item before you tonight is an appeal of a conditional use permit approved by the Planning Commission on September 24th, 2025, to permit the conversion of an existing industrial building into a vehicle service center at 10150 to 10200 Jefferson Boulevard. We are joined tonight by the appellant, Lauren Fishelman, the applicant team, including Dan Broderick, owner of Cadillac of Beverly Hills, his land use attorney, Elisa Pastor, and their technical team. Both the applicant and the appellant team will have brief presentations following the staff report. Lastly, city staff from current planning, the Mobility and Transportation Division, Finance, and the Fire Department are also available tonight for any technical questions.
Great, and may I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Oh, there's more presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
I'm really excited.
Through the conditional use permit or CUP, the proposed facility would service both electric and internal combustion vehicles. The project will retain the existing building footprint with no changes to the building floor area or height. Construction will be limited to interior tenant improvements, upgrades to the exterior facade, a new air filtration system, and a parking lot restriping plan. We will detail these on the following slides. The CUP request in question is for the long-term operation and physical improvements of this site and the existing building with the improvements listed on the slide. The project will support maintenance, installation of tires and accessories to public customers and dealerships for all makes and models of EVs, hybrids, and internal combustion vehicles. Additionally, the CUP will extend a temporary use permit, allowing the applicant to perform limited accessories installation and hand car washes until final building permits are issued. Leading up to tonight's hearing, the applicant held 2 community meetings in April and July of last year. Neighbors raised questions and concerns about increased traffic, parking, EV battery and fire safety, proximity to oil wells, and site security. In response, the applicant revised their plans, and the Planning Commission approved the CUP 3-2, affirming the general plan and zoning code allow for this use at this location. The project will reuse an existing industrial building for auto service use with no expansion or additions, and there will be special conditions limiting vehicle fueling, EV charging and storage, and vehicle loading and delivery that were placed on the project. On October 8th, the CUP was appealed by the appellant, Ms. Lauren Fischelman. In response to the appellant's letter, the applicant provided additional environmental studies for the city's review. And we have an update to this slide. As of today, we have received 9 total public comment letters, 7 of which are in support of the appeal and 2 of which are in support of the project. State Code in 2002. To the west are one-story office and industrial buildings. The site will maintain the existing circulation patterns and driveways shown here by the red arrows. Cars will enter at the south driveway, circulate behind the building to the drop-off area, and exit at the north driveway. For vehicle transport trucks, the applicant is coordinating with the Mobility and Traffic Engineering Division of Public Works to determine the appropriate locations, times, circulation patterns, and limitations for loading and unloading, so as not to disrupt Jefferson Boulevard. As we look at the proposed floor plan, interior improvements will include a vehicle drop-off area, 39 service bays, half of which will be for EVs or electric vehicles, and the other half for internal combustion engines. The project will also include a customer lobby, employee offices, meeting rooms, and records rooms, men and women's locker rooms with shower facilities and long-term bike parking, automated car wash with recycled water, and ancillary storage for parts and supplies. Exterior improvements will include parking lot restriping with 67 off-street parking spaces, new roll-up doors at the rear of the building, and an isolated EV battery storage cabinet shown in yellow at the bottom right of the slide. The facility will accommodate 40 to 50 employees daily with additional parking for customers. Exterior changes are limited and compatible with the existing structure. All new rooftop and mechanical equipment will be screened, and lighting will be shielded to prevent spillover, and no exterior speakers or intercoms are proposed. Here is a view of the final rendering from Jefferson Boulevard. Tenant improvements are estimated to take approximately 6 to 8 months to complete once building permits are approved. Now, moving on to the appeal. The appeal letter is included as attachment 2 in your packets. It asserts a variety of objections and concerns, including an increased fire risk from EVs and auto-related equipment and chemicals near the very high fire severity zone and the Inglewood oil field, increased noise from construction and future operations, pollution impacts on nearby residents and uses, inconsistence with general plan goals, and ineligibility for a Class 1 CEQA exemption due to the intensification of use, traffic, and proximity to the fire zones and the oil field. That creates an unusual circumstance per CEQA. And lastly, the appellant notes that during the September 24th hearing, the Planning Commission disclosed meetings with the applicant team after the public comment period had ended. In response, the applicant provided supplemental environmental studies for city review that directly address appellant concerns and support a Class 32 categorical exemption for infill developments. The studies found no significant impacts, as we will discuss in later slides. Additionally, the applicant prepared a fire safety analysis evaluating potential fire and safety impacts and confirmed the site is not located in a fire-prone area. All oil wells have been properly capped and abandoned per state regulations. The building and operations will meet all California fire codes, National Fire Protection Association standards, and local Culver City Fire Department regulations and conditions. The applicant argues the project is consistent with the general plan, stating the site is located in a designated mixed-use corridor where vehicle repair and maintenance uses are permitted. The proposed use does not constitute a heavy manufacturing or industrial use. There will be no body work, no industrial machining or manufacturing, or spray booth work at this site. Following a review of the appellant's letter and the applicant's response, city staff has provided clarifications of the existing site and the project's intended use and operations. First, City staff confirms the site is not within the state or Culver City's very high fire severity zone. The fire department has reviewed the project and visited the site and notes no violations. Additionally, the CUP requires a number of fire-related conditions to support the safety of the site. EV battery storage is limited to one minimally charged battery kept in a fire-approved cabinet at the northeast corner of the site, the farthest point away from the Rain Tree community. There will be no fueling on site, and the fire department requires vehicle clustering with brakes every 6 vehicles and full fire lane act. The city executed a settlement agreement with the Inglewood oil field operator that prohibits any new drilling or re-drilling of oil wells, and it requires the termination of oil field activity by the end of 2029. As such, all oil-related operations and equipment in the city will be terminated in the coming years. The project meets the criteria shown here for environmental reasons. So pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA guidelines, city staff found that the proposed project is categorically exempt as a reuse of an existing facility. The project and use is consistent with the general plan and zoning code, as vehicle services for maintenance and repair are permitted in the mixed-use corridor 2 land use designation and zone with an approved CUP. As mentioned, the applicant provided additional technical studies to address the appellant's concerns and to qualify for a more rigorous Class 32 categorical exemption for infill developments under CEQA. The report also found no significant impacts. The traffic analysis finds the project will generate 159 new trips per day, but still under the city's threshold of 250 daily trips. Therefore, no further analysis is required. The noise and vibration report evaluated existing and projected noise levels at 3 sensitive receptors within a quarter mile of the site. This included the Rain Tree residences, Jackson Avenue residences, and West LA College. Noise during construction and operations will not exceed the 5 decibel threshold required or require any mitigation. The air quality report studied the same 3 sensitive receptors and calculated that construction and operation emissions would not exceed the thresholds of the South Coast Air Quality Management District and the city's general plan. Further, the applicant will be installing new AQMD-compliant air filtration systems over the internal combustion portion of the building. Lastly, the project will not alter any of the ground surface water or drainage at the site and will not result in any impacts to water quality. Based on staff's full review of the proposed project, the appeal, and the applicant's response, including the addition of the Class 32 technical reports, the City Council has 3 potential motions to consider. First, adopt the City Council resolution denying the appeal and approving the proposed CUP, and adopting the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions. This is staff's recommendation based on the record. Second, approve the appeal and overturn the Planning Commission's approval. Third option, Council has the option to refer the project and new CEQA analyses back to the Planning Commission. I'll give you a moment to read the motions here. This concludes staff's presentation. City staff are here to answer any questions you may have before or after presentations from the appellant and the applicant team. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now may I get a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember O'Brien, a second by Vice Mayor Fish to open. Please hold. There we go. To open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And now the appellant has opportunity to speak. They can come forward. City Clerk.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
May I ask how much time I'll be granted?
What do we typically?
10?
10? Great. 10 minutes.
Thank you.
And let me just please, you're the applicant? We have a
The
report for you?
appellant.
Oh, you're the appellant?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
May I begin?
Yes.
Good evening, Honorable City Council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lauren Fischelman. I am a mother of a young son, and I am a Raintree homeowner. Although I am a lawyer, I am here in my personal capacity, and the views I express are solely my own. I am here because the Planning Commission improperly approved a conditional use permit for Cadillac of Beverly Hills to establish a 39-bay automotive service center mere feet from the Raintree community, home to more than 1,500 of your constituents, including many young children and elderly residents. The CUP must be rejected for at least 3 reasons. First, this project is not exempt from CEQA. The CUP was originally issued based on a Class 1 categorical exemption, which applies only to projects involving, and I quote, negligible or no expansion of existing or former use. Transforming what has historically been used as an office building into a 39-bay automotive service center is plainly not a negligible expansion of use by any reasonable definition. Cadillac appears to recognize this problem. A few weeks ago, during the holidays, and only after this appeal was filed, Cadillac first claimed a Class 32 exemption. That belated pivot, without adequate technical support, which I was not given the opportunity to brief in writing, speaks volumes. Cadillac's shifting exemption theories underscore a simple reality. CEQA review is required, and Cadillac is trying to avoid it. And even if a categorical exemption were arguably applicable, which it is not, CEQA review is still required where there are unusual circumstances. Unusual circumstances undeniably exist here. The site sits feet from the nation's largest urban oil field at the base of the brushy Baldwin Hills, next to it, an area designated by Culver City fire officials as the highest possible fire risk in the city. It also sits feet from a dense residential community of over 1,500 people who will bear the brunt of this project's impacts. While Cadillac tries to downplay fire concerns by focusing on the fact that the site is 400 feet from the city's highest designated fire zone, that's really a block away. And fire risk does not respect city-drawn lines, as Los Angeles knows all too well. And when else would CEQA be appropriate than here to address the impacts of a service center for automotives immediately adjacent to and feet from a residential community of over 1,500 people, which contains robust wildlife, feet from a community college for underserved students, feet from the largest urban oil field in the United States, and feet from the highest possible fire risk in Culver City? I attended this city council's recent appellate hearing for a CUP issued to Costco for its oil fueling operation. In that appeal, given concerns raised by the community for a nearby preschool, this city council just months ago voted to require further CEQA analysis. The situation here is no different. In fact, the situation here is much more urgent, as these young children are not temporary visitors. They call Raintree home. And while it is clear that no CEQA exemption applies here, at minimum, further analysis is required. And if the City Council intends to treat this project differently, Raintree deserves a defensible explanation for why, and there is not one here. Second, the city cannot make the required finding that this project is not detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, or general welfare. And that's not something to be paid lip service, that's a requirement to issue the CUP. A service center servicing vehicles with gasoline and lithium-ion batteries and other combustible materials in this particular location is inherently dangerous. That alone precludes the city's required finding. And the project poses clear health and environmental harms. Auto repair facilities generate dust, debris, noise, odors, particulate matter, and other emissions. These pollutants will directly affect residents who live and play feet from the site, including children who already face cumulative pollution burdens from the adjacent oil fields. And with respect to noise, I'd ask the City Council to ask Cadillac to explain why, days after receiving its CUP in September, Cadillac's diesel car carriers were video recorded at midnight, noisily unloading in front of Raintree without coordinating with the city and in violation of local noise ordinances. That video was submitted in connection with this appeal. If Cadillac flouts regulations immediately after receiving approval, this council must seriously ask whether it can reasonably expect compliance in the future. And its violation of the terms of its CUP when initially granted is alone reason to reject the CUP here. Third, for the reasons discussed extensively in my written briefing, the CUP does not comply with the general plan. That is also a required finding that this council must make to move forward with the CUP. In short, the Planning Commission's findings are unsupported and legally erroneous. The CUP should be rejected. I am here because I care deeply about my community, your constituents. I am here because I care about my child and his friends having a safe and healthy place to grow. And I am here because I care about the rule of law being followed, regardless of the applicant. I intend to leave tonight knowing I stood up for my community and for full compliance with the law, and I trust you will be able to say the same. Thank you very much.
All right, now invite the applicant to respond.
Thank you. So we do have a PowerPoint.
Pulling it up.
Yeah, and is there a clicker for me? Or do you want me to say next slide?
Okay, let me get over there for just a moment. Okay, let me load it up.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Elisa Pastor, and I'm managing partner of Rand Pastor Nelson. I'm land use counsel for the project. I'm here with my client Dan Broderick, owner of Cadillac of Beverly Hills, along with Jim Sir, our planning consultant, and Nate Wittesek, who is a former fire captain and a fire expert here. We respectfully request that you deny this appeal. It is legally unsustainable. There's a lot of reasons this project should go forward. First, because the project furthers the city's mobility and clean energy goals. In fact, just minutes ago, you all approved a battery pilot project that is going to bring similar types of ion batteries to be used by your city staff all over this city. And it's already discussed how it's already being used at the farmers market. The city has embraced EV charging. You have you have a charging station plan, you have streamlined permitting, you have set goals for education surrounding EV vehicles. It's very important to this community. You've even adopted a resolution to support the goal of 100% zero-emission vehicle sales in California by 2030. So this is a state-of-the-art facility that is going to bring a safe and convenient location to service those vehicles. It would be inconsistent for this council to say, we cannot have service facilities, but we want EV vehicles. So we believe that it's actually very consistent with not just your general plan, but other policies of the city. The service center will reuse a vacant industrial building, but only after extensive upgrades are made. The conditions adopted in the Planning Commission resolution and the city's plan check process will ensure that the use is compatible with the surrounding area and does in fact protect life and safety. And the reality is that the issues raised in the appeal, they lack merit. They are not based in any fact or any substantial evidence. We have shown, and your fire department and your transportation department, your planning staff extensively vetted and reviewed the Class 32 documents. That is normally how it is done in the city, that the applicant works with a city-approved CEQA consultant. They submit those documents to the city, and those documents are reviewed very carefully by your staff and, for all I know, your legal counsel. This is a de novo hearing tonight. So that means that you are looking at the facts as a whole as they are presented to you tonight. It is of no import that the Planning Commission may have adopted a Class 1 exemption and that you now have the opportunity here to adopt both a Class 1 and a Class 32 exemption. In fact, there are even instances in court where a court has relied on an after-the-fact exemption to support a court decision. So it is perfectly within your purview to be reviewing these information tonight and approving it. We heard that there are 1,500 households in Raintree. There are more EV vehicles and internal combustion, which we refer to as IC vehicles, in that development, and that frankly are more dangerous than what is going to be at this service facility. This is a service facility that is going to have fire sprinklers, fire alarms, fire-rated construction. There is nobody that wants a safety problem less than our client, right? They are very concerned about safety hazards, life, and property. I'm going to bring up my client, Dan Broderick, to speak briefly about some of the operations of the facility, and then I'll speak a little bit further.
Thanks, Elisa. I've been in the auto industry for nearly 30 years, including 7 years as an owner of automotive dealership service centers here in LA County. We run 2 other service centers in Los Angeles, service centers that are located adjacent to residential uses in both Santa Monica and Beverly Hills. We work closely with those communities to ensure that all health and safety measures are in place. Mixed-use corridors and mixed-use zoning development requires cooperation and trust. In our proposed state-of-the-art facility, we will exceed all current and anticipated requirements for safety. This is important for our employees, it's important for our customers, and it's of course important to the community. That said, we believe training is key. Prevention is always best when safety is concerned. We invest tremendously on training our teams and additionally complete semi-annual independent audits of both our facility and our training curriculum. The improvements to this building will cost more than $5 million. This includes the fire safety measures, noise proofing, advanced exhaust systems, and control mechanisms. When completed, this will be the safest, quietest, and most employee customer-centric service center in LA County. There's a tremendous demand for EV vehicle repair facilities. The volume of EV vehicles on the road today has simply exceeded the existing repair infrastructure. Like the charging systems necessary to fill the vehicles took time to catch up, and arguably still a work in progress, the same is certainly true for the advanced technical support needed to maintain these highly complex vehicles. Although this facility is initially designed to serve both EV and ICE vehicles, the systems and infrastructure being installed today are in anticipation of a ratio of those workflows evolving from the current 50-50 to an eventual 90-10 in favor of EVs. For communities to meet their clean environmental initiatives, support for the investment in all the infrastructure is needed, and this certainly includes service centers. When we chose this location, it was because the building and site had already met the specific use requirements, plus the demand for EV services was high in the community. This facility will be an important building block on that journey to meeting our shared community environmental goals and EV service needs. We plan to be good neighbors. We plan to support the community in many ways for decades to come. We simply ask for your continued support in the development of this property. Thank you.
Staff did a good job of talking about the Class 32 exemption, but there's a couple things that I want to highlight. First, I want to talk about unusual circumstances. So CEQA doesn't ask whether there is unusual circumstance. It asks, is there an unusual circumstance and that there is a significant impact that is created by that unusual circumstance? There is no, first of all, there's not an unusual circumstance here, right? Class 32 is an exemption for infill. The state of California has oil fields all across California. It is not an unusual circumstance. If there was perhaps an active oil field on the property, we might be having a different conversation. That's not what's happening here. But more importantly, even if there was an unusual circumstance, there's no finding of a significant impact. There is very extensive noise analysis. It goes in so much detail. They look at the noise for the doors opening and closing, for the types of equipment they're going to use, for the operation of the fans. It's a very detailed, extensive analysis. The increase in traffic is approximately 1%. It is negligible. So this is an existing building, and the traffic pattern is going to be the same. In terms of the life safety, we did submit to you this very detailed fire analysis, and we've got the captain here. But we are going above and beyond in this building. One of the things that we're going to volunteer tonight, and we're happy to have it as a condition of approval, is to have a standpipe at the corner of the building, which is the closest to rain trees. So that would be, let's see, I think this didn't work, but it would be in the bottom left-hand corner. And if you don't want to know what a standpipe is, it's effectively an on-site fire hydrant. And I think the fire department is here and can talk about it. But what it does is it basically allows the fire department to hook their hoses right up in the very unlikely event of a fire. The project is also complying with the National Fire Protection Association 30A standards. These are things that are not required by the building code, but we are going above and beyond. And they really relate to operations, they relate to safety. Again, our fire expert can talk about those. We are voluntarily implementing to do a safety plan, and that safety plan will have CCFD approval. A lot of these things are going to get checked during plan check. We are happy to have them as conditions of approval because we know that this is important. There has been some questions about the battery storage. So there's not going to just be a bunch of batteries hanging around the site. If a client needs a battery, it will be brought from another facility. When it is brought over, it is totally de-energized. It is then stored in this type of fire-proof container that will be on the opposite side of where Raintree is to make sure that it's as far away as them as possible. So, we are very much concerned about these things. As I said, we've got these voluntary conditions. There is also one condition, I believe it was a condition for the temporary use permit, and the car carriers were only there for the temporary use permit. We are volunteering to limit the drop-off hours to only between non-peak hours, so 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's also something, can I have one more minute to finish up? So that's also something that we are volunteering to do. There is a old condition from the TUP that requires minimal internal combustion fuel, and that to the extent possible that EV vehicles would be half charged. We're not doing any fueling on site. We're not taking fuel out. We're not putting any fuel in. This was, again, something that was part of the temporary use permit. And so we would actually request that just be deleted altogether. Because according to our GM expert, there's not a machine that de-energizes the battery. You have to drive it around. We also think it's potentially an issue. So we would request that you impose some new conditions that we're volunteering for safety, and that you would delete that. And I apologize, I don't have I think it's 7A, Gabe? Yeah, 7A. Thank you so much. Please deny the appeal. We're happy to answer any questions.
All right, how many public comments do we have?
We currently have 10 speakers signed up.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes apiece.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call all of our speakers. Our speakers are Daryl Chernis, Vanessa Maximinko, Sue Liu, Jonathan Berger, Kate Hungerford, Kevin Lakoff, with 1 minute seated by Andrew Weissman, Dan Broderick, Nate Widasek, Jim Sir, and Jenny Kalau. Our first speaker is Daryl Chernis, followed by Vanessa Maximinko.
Mayor Pusa, members of the City Council. I am here today as president of the Electric Vehicle Association of Culver City, California. I am here to speak in favor of the Planning Commission's vote to approve the conditional use permit for the vehicle service facility located at 10,150 through 10,200 Jefferson Boulevard. I support this proposed development because the applicant, Cadillac of Beverly Hills, has promised to include electric vehicle charging stations at its facility and to make these charging stations available to residents of Culver City, regardless of the make and model of the electric vehicle they may drive. The development will provide needed electric vehicle charging station infrastructure in Culver City at a time when such infrastructure is badly needed. This is particularly critical for electric vehicle owners who are residents of Raintree condominiums. Raintree does not offer electric vehicle charging stations to its residents. In addition, I support this development because it will generate revenue for Culver City. It is no secret that Culver City has a long-standing structural deficit. Any reason to be able to measure any measure that can reduce this deficit should be implemented. Much has been stated by the opponents of this development about the alleged fire hazard this project represents. In response, I'd like to point out that this facility will be equipped with a fire suppression sprinkler system. Moreover, no active oil wells exist in the immediate vicinity of the service center. Lastly, in regard to EVs catching fire, according to Plug-in America, EVs are 60 times less likely to catch on fire than internal combustion vehicles. In conclusion, I support this development for all the previous reasons mentioned, in addition to the fact that it does not create significant traffic congestion, air pollution, or noise. It is an ideal development for Culver City. I urge the City Council to reject this ill-conceived appeal to the Planning Commission's thoughtful decision.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vanessa Maximinko, followed by Sue Liu.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pusa and members of this council. My name is Vanessa Maximenko. I am a Raintree homeowner, and I am also a mother of 2 young children. I am here in full support of the appeal of the conditional use permit for the Cadillac of Beverly Hills Auto Service facility in discussion. Even under its temporary permit, the site has already created near daily impacts to my life, to life around Raintree, with early morning and late night truck activity, constant idling, and disruptive noise, serious enough that residents, including myself, have had to call for non-emergency police assistance. Just yesterday, Sunday afternoon, children playing in our complex were startled when 2 of these large flatbed trucks honked repeatedly and incessantly. Our kids should be able to play, in peace on any given Sunday. Cadillac's regular operations show us that their use is incompatible with our residential neighborhood. They noted moments ago that they want to be a good neighbor. A good neighbor would not have caused me to lose so many hours of sleep in recent months. But put more broadly, this is also a question of alignment of our leadership and values as a city. Culver City promotes sustainability and public health, and it proudly hosts, zero-emission community events like Ciclavia and the Walk and Roll Festival. So I ask respectfully, how can a city that champions, these values can approve an industrial-scale facility immediately next to homes in a high-risk fire area, as well as disruptive noise, because it will require, construction in order to be ready?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sue Liu, followed by Jonathan Berger. One moment here.
We're having a little bit of trouble unmuting the speaker. Please hold.
Actually, I'm not seeing them online or in the chamber. So our next speaker is Jonathan Berger, followed by Kate Hungerford.
Thank you, council members, mayor, for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening on behalf of my neighborhood, my friends, and my fellow residents. I'm here speaking in support of the appeal of the CUP. This is my first time attending a city council meeting, and honestly, I never imagined I would need to. But when the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to move forward with the proposed Cadillac service station, I was genuinely stunned and felt compelled to be here. I'd like you to consider one of the homes in Raintree Circle, 4808 Salem Village Court. In front of that home is a grassy area that residents of Raintree can reserve for community events. This past summer alone, there were at least 5 children's birthday parties held there, moon bounces, slides, bubble machines, kids, parents, and the like. Directly on that other side of that wall, behind that grass, is where this auto service station is proposed to be built. My name is Jonathan Berger. I've been a resident of Raintree in Culver City since 2022. Since moving here, my wife and I welcomed our 2-year-old daughter into the world, and we're expecting our second child this June. Like so many families in this city, we chose Culver City because it felt safe, thoughtful, and family-oriented. So I ask you, respectfully and sincerely, guys, what are we doing here? This feels like a scene from a movie where a small neighborhood is standing up to a large corporate entity. Except this isn't a movie, this is Culver City, a city that prides itself on being progressive, environmentally conscious, and community-driven. And yet, here we are, considering placing a division of General Motors immediately adjacent to where children play and families gather. What message does that send to our residents? I'm not standing here as someone opposed to progress or development. I'm standing here as a parent, a neighbor, and a resident who wants to believe that Culver City puts people first. The issue before you is not abstract, it's very real. It's an auto service station proposed next to where I hope someday soon to host my daughter's own birthday party. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kate Hungerford, followed by Kevin Lackoff, with 1 minute seated by Andrew Weissman.
Good evening, council. Mayor, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in favor of the appeal. My name is Kate Hungerford. I'm currently the president of the Raintree Homeowners Association. And I want to give you, a report from the ground, if I could. I walk my dog every morning in front of the Cadillac. I live in Raintree, by the way. I walk in front of the Cadillac establishment, and there are the conversation about there being one lithium battery in a kind of interstellar red case is less than sincere. There are 75 lithium batteries in their new electric vehicles parked not in the building, but around the circumference, around the perimeter, up against the fences that face Raintree. Those vehicles are delivered in the middle of the night. They are coming to this location from their trip from the ports. You know, maybe sometime down the road, this may be an auto service facility. But what it is right now, and I used to work for Toyota, so I know a little bit about the car business, this seems to be a midway delivery point where you put the gadgets in the new cars. It's a holding bay. We don't want them sitting in Beverly Hills or Santa Monica, but Culver City's okay. 70 of these cars are parked around the perimeter. I have pictures of them. There are no old cars. I walk my dog 3 or 4 times a day, and now I do it up that street instead of in Raintree because I'm clocking what's going on here. I don't see anybody coming, getting their car fixed and picking up their car and taking it home the way one does with a car repair shop. This is a facility for new electric vehicles, period. If you think that the oil fields are safe, take a look at the current lawsuits that LA County is running right now against the Inglewood oil fields, Chevron and a couple of other people. They are leaking. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Leckoff with 1 minute seated by Andrew Weissman, followed by Dan Broderick. And Kevin is on Zoom.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor Puza and City Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Culver City Chamber of Commerce to speak in support of the proposed Cadillac Service Center project to be located at the 10200 Jefferson Boulevard property, and to encourage you to confirm the Planning Commission's approval of the project in September and to deny the appeal against it. I've reviewed the staff report, and I appreciate the clarity with which city planning staff and the applicant have shown that the appeal should in fact be denied. This project will be an important part of Culver City's effort to pursue the clean mobility future we all desire by including essential EV service capability in an area with a very high density of electric vehicle users. As with numerous other recent policy decisions, your support of this project will position Culver City as a forward-thinking, progressive city that is taking real steps to enable successful transitions to EVs. The Cadillac Service Center project will also help build the city's business base, bringing both tax revenue and well-paying jobs to our community. Again, I'd like to express our chamber's support for the Cadillac Service Center project and hope you will deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Dan Broderick. Okay, thank you. Next is Nate Witasek.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Butza and Honorable Council. My name is Nate Witasek. I'm a fire protection engineer. I'm a licensed engineer in the state of California since 2001. It was my responsibility to review the conditions related to fire and life safety in connection with this project on behalf of the owner. I agree with the city staff's interpretation and findings as it relates to the hazards, and we had independently verified this on a separate occasion. I wanted to speak very briefly about the hazards related to lithium-ion batteries and some of the misconceptions. Lithium-ion batteries on a 100,000 basis are about 25 fires per 100,000 compared to approximately 1,530 per 100,000 for conventional ICE vehicles. The amount of energy released is significantly less, actually, than an ICE vehicle. And the fact is that these types of battery systems are extremely safe, largely because of the standardization. And for this project in particular, the life safety approach that's been proposed using NFPA 30 in conjunction with the California Fire Code as amended by the city is actually in excess of what the code requires significantly. And in this way, the project provides a defensible and safe space and also provides a mechanism to keep electric vehicles safe and working properly. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jim Sir. Next speaker is Ginny Calloway.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. My name is Jenny Kalui, and I have lived at Raintree since 1978. And during all the years that I've lived there, our civic leaders have always talked about the livability of Culver City, what a great place it is to live, a little oasis within the hubbub of Los Angeles. And putting a service center, an automotive service center, right next door to over 1,500 residents in a long-established community does not fulfill that promise of keeping the livability of Culver City at the level that it is. Yes, there needs to be infrastructure for EVs. That is the way of the future. But you must think about the location of this place. Truly right next door to where there is children, older people, including me, and many others who live and walk and play and or everywhere around there, simply does not fulfill the promise of keeping Culver City a livable community. I ask you to please think about that, because the traffic, the things we hear about the traffic defy logic. I can sit at the light at Raintree and wait for it to turn 2-3 times at 5 o'clock before I can exit. So somehow this thing is not adding up properly, and I would really ask that you look at it a little more deeply, and please consider consider our appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Okay, now there's opportunity for the appellant and the applicant to provide rebuttal comments. So I'll invite the appellant back up.
Before I begin, if I may ask a clarifying question. May I use the remainder of my time from my opening statement in support of my rebuttal if necessary, or how much time will be provided for rebuttal?
10 minutes.
10 as well. Yeah.
Okay. I won't need all of it, but thank you. Okay. Cadillac's own presentation confirms the impropriety of the CUP. First, Cadillac just conceded that the facility will require $5 million in improvements. That's not a negligible expansion of existing use. Therefore, the Class 1 CEQA exemption is inapplicable. Second, the proffered Class 32 CEQA exemption was only submitted after this appeal was filed short while ago, over the holidays, and there was no public opportunity to comment or adequately review the technical studies, which were only made available to the public a few days ago. This City Council should not grant a CEQA exemption without adequate review. While we may trust, we must also verify. Third, Cadillac has again promised tonight to be good neighbors. They made the same promise at the last hearing I attended, and days later, they repeatedly violated the conditions of their CUP and local Culver City noise ordinances, as my neighbors just discussed. Cadillac's actions require appropriate scrutiny. I'm asking you tonight to do what the law requires, which is to subject this project to appropriate review. And look no further than the speakers who spoke before you tonight. I'm really proud of my neighbors, who are concerned parents, residents, and homeowners, who showed up to ask that you keep us safe. Look who's on the other side, paid consultants and those who stand to reap enormous profits. This appeal has merit for the reasons discussed at length in the briefing and for the reasons I mentioned before you tonight. Many of these city council members ran on platforms to put people over profits and to do what the law requires. I again ask you to uphold those values tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I just want to make a few clarifying comments. First of all, today what exists is a temporary use permit for the specific purpose of vehicle storage and for installation of accessories. Those uses are not part of the CUP tonight. So we've heard a lot of concerns about the car carriers and when they deliver cars. Today, there are no individual people who are bringing their cars there, whether it be for accessories or for storage or anything else. The service center use that is being proposed is different. And because of these concerns about noise, we do comply with the noise ordinance. Just because there's noise doesn't mean there's a violation of the noise ordinance. Unfortunately, noise is one of those things that people are very sensitive about, and I'm actually very sensitive to noise. But the only car carrier will arrive between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., not during peak hours, and so this will not continue to be an issue. We are aware of one instance where there was a car carrier at night. We immediately changed that to make sure that this is no longer an issue. With regards to the improvements, this is a very old industrial building. For any type of occupancy, frankly, there was going to have to be significant upgrades unless you're doing storage there. We are doing something to make the building more safe for everyone. And frankly, any cars that are parked there, if this was to go back to being an office or a book facility, you would have a bunch of cars parked outside. And those cars have equal risk. But what we're putting in is major systems, fire sprinklers, standpipes, all sorts of things. The gentleman from Raintree, who is also an EV proponent, yes, he's correct. We are happy to make the vehicle chargers available to Raintree residents. We can, even after hours, we can provide them with a pass key that they can get in and use the chargers that are going to be located out in the parking lots. With regards to general plan consistency, just a reminder that general plan consistency is about harmony. It doesn't have to be consistent with every single thing. And as a whole, this property was previously an industrial zone, right? This MU2 is the city's effort to have more of a mix of some of newer industrial uses and other mixed uses. And so this is Jefferson. This is a truck route. This is a major corridor where there are commercial and industrial uses. This is an appropriate use as decided by this commission when it amended its general plan. Finally, with regards to the Class 32, and I defer to your city attorney to give you advice about this, but what I will say is that CEQA does not require any circulation of CEQA exemptions. So there is no error here in that people didn't see this before the public materials. Staff has thoroughly reviewed these documents, and they have independently verified that the analysis therein is there. Please make this decision based on the substantial evidence in the record, not on emotional and feelings. Thank you. And we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. May I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I have a motion from Councilmember McMorrin, a second from Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted, and that passes unanimously.
Great. Now we'll go to questions and/or comments by colleagues. I'll start with Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for that really detailed breakdown of the report, and thank you to both the developer and the appellants for your comments. I read through this ahead of time and heard everyone's voices and feelings about this development, this potential development. And I really lean on our staff and the work that they do to verify. And I've said this before, and I know that developments that have any impact whatsoever, and every development's going to have an impact. Those that live close to it are going to many times have problems with it. That I know of, we've got 4 or 5 major developments in the pipeline that are under appeal. This is the first one that we've heard. Everyone, you will always find a reason, whether it's basis on data or fact or just that there's a fear of what the impacts of a given development will have on the livability of the neighborhood adjacent to said development. Hearing everything, reading everything, I feel that the applicant, the developer, is meeting conditions. The one thing I am concerned about is the report of during the TUP, the dropping off, idling during hours that are outside of what the conditional period is. And, these are put into place because of our desire to minimize those impacts on the neighboring residents. So I expect going forward that these will be enforced and that the applicant will be abiding by these rules that we set forth because we do want to minimize impacts. But going through concerns about noise level, about pollution, about the upgrading of the structure, I agree that the upgrades are to make it a better project for the neighborhood, to make it safer, to make it cleaner. The applicant also mentioned, one of them, that Raintree does have 1,500 residents with, a large number of vehicles on it. And that was kind of going through my mind as I was hearing this. It's a very densely populated space with a lot of vehicles, both EV and both internal combustion. So the mere storage of those, Raintree is more impactful in that perspective. Now, yes, these vehicles on site will be worked on, and so I appreciate the upgrades to the building, as was mentioned several times, $5 million in cleaning the air, reducing noise, all of the things to minimize the impacts for the neighborhood. And this is a corridor that has a lot of, it's been zoned for mixed-use industrial. And I think, and I'll just have the planning director nod, 87% is what our residential zoned, is that what we're up to now of the city?
Good evening, Mark Munzer, Planning and Development Director. I would have nodded, but it's 82%.
82, okay. So most of the city is going to be, people are going to be living next to uses other than residential because we have a lot of mixed use going forward. So everywhere in the city, there's going to be developments that are going to be near residences. And in our efforts to increase density so that we can lower housing costs, make affordable housing more available to people in Culver City and beyond, we're going to have to share some space, relative space, with properties that have uses outside of what we may ideally want. So I don't have any other questions regarding that. I'll wait to hear from my colleagues, but I feel as though from reading the reports and the diligence that our staff put into verifying the data that the applicant put forward, that it fulfills the requirements of the exemption. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for everybody who came out and spoke on this. I got a couple of questions before I get into it. I'd like to ask, I believe it's Mr. Witasek. Thank you, sir. In terms of the lithium battery storage, you spoke on your expertise in fire science and fire prevention or fire sustainability or whatever your expertise is.
I'm just an engineer.
Okay. But in terms of the facility that they have in place for the batteries, in your opinion, is that a safe storage and a safe facility for the battery that they would be keeping on site?
It is, and that's really based on two things. The first is the actual battery control systems, which are based on UL 9540A, which is a standard that basically prevents thermal runaways with these types of systems. And the second is due to the planned suppression systems that are being put in place for that type of battery specifically. Those types of batteries respond to cooling effectively, and having a good amount of water to achieve that cooling is what's necessary, and that is exactly what's planned for this facility.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And then Mr. Broderick. How are you, sir? Thanks for coming out this evening and presenting. I got a couple questions for you. I know most of the jobs are from a highly trained sort of professional aspect, but if this does go through this evening, is there any way to incorporate maybe hiring local for some of the other jobs that don't require a certain level of expertise in whether it's, EVs or combustion engines on site, where we give Culver City residents first priority? And approximately how many jobs overall will this be bringing to the city?
Sure. Well, they will be almost essentially all new jobs, as we're not closing any existing facilities that we currently operate. Between 40 and 50 would be our anticipated employee staff. Probably in the neighborhood of 25 to 30 would be the skilled technician category, followed by some administrative staff and some customer service staff, and then general support staff would make up the balance. And naturally, we would love to have folks who live close, being part of the team. And that's just good for us, too.
Right. All right, so there is a way, and you guys have thought about maybe hiring local or focusing on that first and foremost?
Yeah, well, what we would anticipate to do is to host a job fair. That would be one of our first initiatives once we get past the hurdles that we're currently experiencing.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There's some I think, portions of this that I wasn't aware of, and Mr. Chernus brought it forward in terms of the free EV charging that is being offered by this company, and then Ms. Pastor sort of confirmed that. And then the willingness to really supply key cards for the residents to come and use these things. I think it's great, and as Mr. Chernus was saying, there's the facility in your living area is just not there to charge the vehicles, so I appreciate the willingness to do that. And then just one question for our fire department. Yes, sir. Are you representing the fire department, or?
Councilmember Rivera, we have Fire Marshal Paul Voorhees here tonight.
Okay. How you doing, sir? Happy New Year, and congratulations on your promotion. I haven't seen you since, but congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me this evening.
Sure. So in reviewing, you've reviewed the plans here as brought forward, correct?
Yes, sir.
In reviewing them, is there anything that sort of stands out or is problematic or worrisome in your eyes?
So the Community Risk Reduction Division of the Fire Department has thoroughly reviewed the plans, and if anything, we are actually quite impressed with the upgrade of the building and the fire suppression technology that is going to be used, and also with the storage of the lithium-ion battery that will be on site. We do not see any reasons to be concerned.
All right, and then the standpipe that they were speaking of, that would be, I mean, in the worst-case scenario, it'd be beneficial for the fire department as well, correct?
Yeah, if anything, it would add more fire suppression availability to the fire department.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
So I agree with the, Councilmember O'Brien, in terms of looking at Mayor, are we going to go through this now, or you just want the questions and answers, and then we can come back?
Comments as well.
Okay. And being mindful of the community and those members that live next door, and the worry and the disruption to their lives that this project has cost them so far, and then envisioning that to carry on, I would hope that our partner or our soon-to-be hopefully partner in this will be mindful of that and stick to what we have agreed upon. Maybe one last question. In terms of one of the residents, I think Miss Hungerford was talking about this right now is just being a holding and drop-off facility because it's temporary use permit, but once that's done, then just the drop-off times will be between 9 and 4, and that's it, correct? Yes, okay, correct. All right, thank you. So being mindful of the residents' concern as well as being mindful of the city and how we need to move forward and really actually support and promote businesses. And when a business comes along where they're, I think, have gone above and beyond in terms of what it looks like to be a good neighbor and a safe neighbor, and then listening to staff and their recommendations, I have a tendency of going with staff's recommendations. I've had conversations with staff, and I trust their recommendations and what they think is safe for the community as well as brings in revenue for us, which we so desperately need at this time. I'll wait for my other colleagues to comment, but for now, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone that's spoken this evening for your time. I'm noting it's already almost 9:30, so I'll try to be brief. I certainly appreciate the concern by our residents, and I appreciate the diligence of the applicant and, of course, city staff and the presentation, all the things. But at this time, I don't see enough cause to overrule our planning commission. The one thing that I appreciate the mitigation or a sort of list of safety standards and being a good neighbor, allowing access to the site after hours for residents of Raintree. But I'm wondering in terms of I'm hearing that there should no longer be deliveries at night or noise concerns, but if it's possible, can a email or a number be set up so that if and when incidents do occur, there could be some sort of I'm sure folks would reach out to us and we encourage that, but also so that there is a loop back to the applicant to address some of these concerns. I see some nodding heads, so I would appreciate that being sort of folded into these efforts, but that I'm fine moving forward with that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. I also just want to share my appreciation for your work, Gabe, Emily, and staff. It was really thorough. And also, just thank you, Lauren Fischelman. It's not easy, and the residents of Raintree, it's not easy to come out here and to just engage thoughtfully in this process like you have. It's not an easy process, and you all came out to share your feelings about the impacts of this project. Thank you, Elise Pastor, too, for the presentation. But, you know, I just want to share, I have a lot of empathy for the folks who spoke out about their fears around noise, fire, safety, traffic. It's all very real because we see those issues every single day. It's completely understandable to feel worried about this project and how it could affect the quality of life that you experience. And, you know, in that, at the same time, or on the other hand, we have a very small, you know, window or scope that we can actually, you know, appeal this CEQA exemption. We have to have really substantial evidence that's really quantifiable, and it's such a specific amount of data that we need to be able to see. And I'm not seeing it tonight, but I do feel that this opens up a conversation about a really important land use conversation, because that's really where a lot of these problems can be solved. If we don't want, you know, auto service centers, you know, as close to our communities, or if we don't want them as close to our residents, we can do something, or we can change our land use, and it's a longer process, so it's not going to be applicable for this, but it's something that we should be working on, and something I want to continue working on in our Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee, and of course, as we head into another RENA cycle with our housing element. So it's something that I'm going to continue focusing on, is how we can, you know, use our land use process to just make life more livable in Culver City, and make sure folks have open space and safe places to walk with their kids. It's really important. So I also just wanted to zero in on the mitigations. Is there going to be like and I know they're listed in the staff report, but, and this might have been something that my colleague was alluding to, but is there a public place where those mitigations are posted, whether it's on the project website or something where residents can see these are the things that have been agreed to, beyond just the staff report of this meeting? That might be a question for Elisa. And I'm specifically curious about the chargers, because that was something that was brought up as Raintree, the community is like lacking adequate charging for EVs. So I really appreciate that the applicant is willing to put or give Raintree residents access to chargers. Can you describe how that will work, and can you share how that will be, maybe how will the Raintree community be made aware of that?
So with regards, thank you for the question, Councilmember Fish. With regards to the conditions of approval, those are public documents. I think we could probably have a copy kept at the facility, right? If people want to look at them, and certainly we can provide them. If anybody asks, there will also be recorded a covenant against the property that we're going to comply with all of the conditions. With regards to the EV chargers, I mean, we can talk to the president of the HOA, Ms. Hungerford, who was here, or others, and we're happy to provide information about that. And we can coordinate with them more closely, but our idea was that we would provide them with pass keys for anybody who basically wants to have access after hours so they can come and use them. But we're happy to write a letter or make our representative available to talk to them. I mean,
and is that one? Thank you for that answer. Is this one of the stated mitigations in that list that you're referring to?
It's not a mitigation per se, because there's
Okay.
no impact, but it's a voluntary condition that we are willing to volunteer to agree to, that would be reflected in the conditions of approval for the conditional use permit.
Great. I appreciate that. And then, is there a thought to potentially opening that up to to be a public charging facility. It doesn't, I mean, it could be a portion of chargers or just some, because one thing that was uplifted was our general plan and how this, I think it was Mr. Chernus that talked about the need for more chargers across the city. So if there's a way that either a portion of chargers could be something that could be publicly accessible, not just for the not just for the customers, that does align very well with our general plan of wanting to encourage EV use in across the city. So I'm wondering if that's something
Just
that,
as I was sitting here, as I was thinking about the logistics, and we had spoken about it earlier with respect to offering up key cards to get through the gate mechanism, thinking about the property, we could move up the gate to the next corner of the building and allow the charging stations that would be on the south wall of the building available to anyone in Culver City. And I think that solves it almost instantaneously.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in here. The only caveat to that is so long as it's approved by Fire and Public Works and Transportation and Planning, yeah. Yeah, so as long as they're okay with it, we're okay with it.
thank you, Ms. Pastor, and thank you for being thought partners on that. I don't know what would be needed to formalize that as a direction to explore, but I'm just wondering if something like that could make this project a little more appealing to the folks who are struggling, to come to terms with it, because there are real impacts, as we know. They might not be ones that we can form a CEQA exemption based on, but I'm just curious if that can be part of our direction tonight. Maybe that's a question for the city attorney's office.
Thank you, Councilmember Fish. Emily Stadnicki, current planning manager. Maybe that could be a recommendation that we could then consider and make an effort to achieve, as opposed to a condition where all the details are worked out. One thing I also wanted to add is we can add the conditions of approval to the project website that is on, that you can find at the planning and development page. So that's another option.
Thank you, Ms. Stadnicki. Yeah, I think that would be, I love that idea of having them on the project website. That way everyone is aligned on what they are and can see them and there's visibility. And then, yes, I would love to, if my colleagues are open to it, have that as a suggestion or a direction to explore, I guess, for the public chargers.
Mayor, really quick, can I just piggyback on that, please?
Yes.
So I appreciate the Vice Mayor's suggestion. I think it's great. However, I think we need to think about those unintended consequences. If we do open it up for the public, neighbors complaining about the influx of traffic already to the area, now we're opening it up to public, which would increase the propensity of having more traffic on site as opposed to just the neighbors next door. So I appreciate your thought behind it, but I think it might bring too many unintended consequences to the project or the area. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Got it. And that would be a recommendation, so it would be explored, and staff can look at all those implications on both having it and not having it.
Correct, yeah, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And then, do you mind just going over all of the voluntary conditions once more?
Yeah, it's our last slide if you want to bring it up again, but it's the standpipe, which is going to go on the corner of the building closest to Raintree. It's the limitation on the car carriers between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. only. It's the EV charging for whatever the council decides, whether it be Raintree neighbors or more broadly. And I think that's it, right? Did I forget anything? No, I think that's it.
Great, thank you so much. Well, I see where this is going, but I want to start by thanking the appellant and everyone who spoke tonight. When a project is by your house, concerns about noise, traffic, and health are deeply personal, and it's very appropriate to raise them. But the standard before us tonight is whether there is substantial evidence of significant impact or legal error. And so based on the full record, I don't find that that standard has been met. So I will be denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's approval. And so.
Is that reflective of all the recommendations, Mayor?
Say again?
Is that reflective of all the recommendations?
Yes,
Okay.
with all of the voluntary conditions, the recommendation to look at EV charging for the general public, putting the mitigation efforts or the conditions on the project website and having a copy at the site and a number to call.
So we're
Mr.
done.
Mayor, just very briefly, I'm sorry, Deputy City Attorney Michael Cobden. I just wanted to clarify the CEQA finding. Part of the motion proposed was the affirming of the Planning Commission's CEQA finding on Class 1. There's also the additional proposed Class 32 exemption, which is not part of affirming the Planning Commission's decision, but is a separate determination by the City Council before the Council tonight.
Okay, so to include both of those then, thank you for that clarification.
Provided the council finds substantial evidence to support them, yes. The recommendation from staff is to adopt both.
Okay.
And that's option 1 in our staff report, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And Mayor, were you making that motion, or are you requesting
Yes.
a motion? Okay, so you just got to press the button.
Thank you.
We have a motion by the mayor. Waiting on a second. Second by Councilmember McMorrin. And that is to adopt the resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's adoption of resolution number 2025-P11, approving conditional use permit P 2025-0174-CUP, and a Class 1 categorical exception from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and additionally adopting a supplemental Class 32 categorical exemption for a new vehicle service maintenance and repair facility within an existing building at 10150 to 10200 Jefferson Boulevard. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I may ask, will there be a report, or will there be an update shared about the recommendation in some time that we can expect?
Yeah, we can certainly prepare that. We'll have to consult with the client and also look at local and state requirements for access to EV chargers and things like that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, we'll move to public hearing number 2. Adoption of a finding that the ordinance approving a city-initiated code amendment to the Culver City Municipal Code Sections 15.06.300 to 330 and 15.10.750 to 790, adopting new park land in lieu and parkland impact fees. Proposed ordinance is exempt pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, sections 15060, 15061, and 15378. An introduction of the proposed ordinance and adoption of a resolution setting new parkland-related fees and rates and accepting the Parks and Recreation Facilities Development Impact Fee Study. All right, and may I get a motion to receive and file the affidavit of mailing, publishing, and posting of the public notice?
I have a motion from Councilmember Vera, second from Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote. Didn't realize Councilmember Fish has left the dais. All members have voted. That passes 4 ayes absent. Vice Mayor Fish.
Right, and may we get a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and community members. I'm Emily Stadnicki, current planning manager. I'm here representing an interdepartmental team made up of staff from Parks, Recreation, and Community Services, Finance, City Attorney's Office, and Planning and Development. We have been working with the city's consultant, NBS Government Finance Group, on a comprehensive approach for updating parkland-related fees. I'll give you a very brief overview and turn it over to Nicole Kissam from NBS. City staff is here with MBS to answer any questions. Starting with the why question. The parkland fee is one of 3 impact fees the city collects on residential projects. The city's parkland impact fee program needs to be updated. Fees are currently determined on a case-by-case basis using outdated methodology. The goal of this project is to provide a comprehensive fee program with clear delineation between in-lieu fees and impact fees that complies with all state legislation. Nicole will go into further detail on these distinctions. Working closely with associated departments, NBS prepared an impact fee study to establish the required legal and policy basis, or nexus, for the imposition of updated parkland fees on new residential development. Staff views this as the foundation for a revised program that includes a municipal code amendment, new ordinance, and restructured fees. Nicole?
I'm Nicole Kassam. I'm a director at NBS, and I was the project manager and lead analyst here on this impact fee study project. Kind of high-level overview, these fees are one-time charges assessed on new development projects to mitigate the impact of those projects and additional population on city facilities. So here tonight, we're really focused on the impacts to parks infrastructure. Next slide. Yes, so the purpose of our study is to really look at the impacts of new development on parks and recreation facilities, and then calculate legally compliant fees for your review. And we're following all of the industry standards and legal requirements surrounding those fees in California. So we actually studied 4 different types of fees or fee opportunities for the city. We studied 2 types of park land fees, and then we also looked at the possibility of adding fees for improvements to parkland and community and recreation facilities. Tonight, what staff's asking the City Council to consider and potentially adopt are just the first 2 related to park land only. And then I believe there's a plan to come back at a subsequent hearing to discuss the other 2 types of fees. Next slide. So again, we're looking at land-related fees, and there's actually 2 broad classes of land-related fees in California that are assessed on new development. One are called QIMBY fees, or you may hear parkland in lieu fees or in lieu fees, and those are governed by the QIMBY Act. They're a little different than impact fees, which are governed by the Mitigation Fee Act. So really, the major distinction, simply stated, is that QIMBY applies to projects within a subdivision. Impact fees apply to projects not in a subdivision, but they are both for land, parkland. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, the sticky thing. Okay, so some takeaways on QIMBY. The QIMBY Act predates the Mitigation Fee Act, first of all, and it's the best, and some would argue the only tool available to acquire parkland from residential subdivisions. And there's a couple key advantages of the QIMBY Act. One is it allows a higher standard of park acres per population when you're calculating the land dedication requirement or the fee in lieu of land dedication. And then the proceeds are a little more flexible than impact fees. They can be used not only for land acquisition, that's the intent of the QIMBY Act, but there's a clause in there that says they can actually also be used to improve or rehab existing parks. Next slide. As opposed to impact fees, right? So impact fees are for, again, land acquisition, and these would apply to residential projects not in a subdivision. And these are based on what's called the existing level of service. So if it's below the QIMBY standard, you have to use the lower level of service. And these revenues are more restrictive. So they need to be tracked separately, and they can really only be used for the purpose that the fee is charged, which in this case would be acquisition of new parkland to serve new development. Next slide. So just to summarize the findings of the report and what's being recommended here, we have structured the fee program by tiers of unit size for residential development only. So these fees apply to residential development only. And the reason you're seeing tiers of square footage in the fee structure is to comply with a recent Assembly Bill amendment to the Mitigation Fee Act, which is asking for fees to be charged in proportion to the size of the residential unit. And then you can see those two columns there. One is for the in lieu fee, and one is for the parkland impact fee. So again, it's just good to remember, because we're dealing with two different legislations here, that one fee applies to projects within a subdivision, the other fee applies to residential projects not in a subdivision. And the reason that the fee is higher for the parkland in lieu fees, which is the Quimby fee, is because by law it allows a higher standard, a minimum of 3 acres per 1,000 population when calculating the fee. Next slide. So very briefly, how did we calculate these values? So we looked at recent land sales comps in Culver City, and we worked with planning and finance and parks to ensure that they were on board with those values. So land is scarce in Culver City. Obviously, this is a highly built-out community. So we landed around 12.6 million per acre. And then the acres per capita is that level of service standard that I keep mentioning. So that's really the existing park acreage available to existing residents divided by the existing population. So you can see that it's higher for the in lieu fees because Quimby allows 3 acres per 1,000, and it's lower for the impact fees because that is the actual roughly 85 existing park acres divided by 40,000 existing population. And so when we multiply those two together, we get a cost per capita. And from there, in the next slide, you can see that cost per capita theoretically applied to the different tier sizes and the population per unit. Now you can see that the cost per capita is lower than the previous slide, and the reason for that, just kind of simply stated, is that Culver City is expecting quite a bit of intensified development based on the RENA calculations and the general plan, and so when you multiply the resulting fee calculations at the original cost per capita out, you basically end up with enough funding to buy 50 acres of land, which would never be available, right? So that land value is really creating kind of like an over projection of available resources to acquire parkland. So we cut the cost per capita in the calculation to align with what the master plan kind of looked at as a potential available park sites down to around 10.3 acres. So we worked with PRCS to understand that and make sure we were calibrating the fees to what's reasonably available, right? So these are the in lieu fees adjusted downward, and then the next slide is just the impact fees adjusted downward. Again, you're seeing that variation in the cost per capita because of the level of service standards that are allowed in the different legislations. Next slide. So, we have these maximum fee amounts in front of you that have been reasonably adjusted, and the city can adopt the maximum fees or something lower based on your policy. And in the staff report, I think you have some suggested edits to your ordinance, and this, I think tonight would be the first reading of that ordinance. So we always like to say also that fee programs are not a set it and forget it. They're really something that requires periodic, or I would say even not periodic, routine review and adjustment based on changing development climate and so forth. So thank you. I'm here for questions.
All right, may I get a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember McMorrin to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. That passes unanimously.
Great. And are there any public comments?
Yes, we currently have 3 speakers signed up. Crystal Alexander with 1 minute seated by Kenneth Alexander, Carolyn LeBuser, and Sue Liu.
Okay, 2 minutes apiece.
Our first speaker is Crystal Alexander with 1 minute seated by Kenneth Alexander, followed by Carolyn LeBuser.
Good evening, Mayor Puza and members of the City Council. Tonight, I'm representing the entirety of the PRCS Commission because we deeply care about our parks, and we know that you do too. Parks aren't just leftover land between buildings. They aren't just blank canvases. They are places where life happens. They are essential for our community cohesion. Increasing the parkland fee after 30 years is not a luxury. It's an investment in equity, health, and community life, now and for generations to come. Parks are where children score their first goals while their children and their parents are cheering. They're where seniors linger and enjoy the beauty of nature. Parks are a big part of why we choose to live here in the first place. They hold our memories, our core essence, and they bring us joy. According to sociologist Ray Oldenburg, parks are an essential third place that are neither home nor work, but are vital for the physical and mental health, democracy, and even civic life. As you know, recently our parks served as the backdrop for civic engagement and community gatherings. And as we build affordable housing, we must recognize a simple truth. Residents in this housing will rely heavily on our parks. They won't have private gyms, clubs, or backyards as alternatives. The park system is their third space. So, in the interest of equity and inclusion, we ask you to always be parks passionate and keep these third places in the forefront of your minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn LeBuser, followed by Sue Liu. Not seeing Carolyn online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Sue Liu. And not seeing them in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Eric Shabisis. Just one moment, please.
Happy New Year, Mayor Pusa, council members. Eric Shapsis. As many of you know, I am an advocate and have been a part of many development and entitlement projects here in the city of Culver City over the past 10 years. I am not speaking on behalf of any of my clients. I'm speaking on behalf of myself this evening. First of all, I want to commend staff for finally bringing this up. The development community has been asking for a very long time for the parkland fees to be better defined so that we can have a bit of certainty as to what really the city is requiring relative to the parkland fees and those development fees. The one thing that I do want to bring your attention to, and I'm not necessarily putting a finger on the scale one way or another, is that throughout the past 10 years, one of the feedbacks that my clients have received from councils, the various councils, is why are rents so expensive? The higher the fees that you put on the developers, those get passed through to folks who live there. And so when I was looking at the fee structure, some of those fees were pretty high. And it just, I think, worthy of a question back to your consultants as to, do those fees really reflect what is necessary, understanding that parks are important and are a priority, given the fact that I know this council and the city has also wanted to ensure that the rents on multifamily, and quite frankly, that's really what we're talking about in terms of what's being developed, are lower than what has been out on the street as of recent. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you. And may I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, a second from Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we will go to questions and comments. Start with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just a question, maybe for staff, what Mr. Shapsis was talking about in terms of the fees and how it sort of translates down to ultimately the rents at the end. Is there a way, probably through staff, that these fees can be sort of start at a lower base and then over a few years go to the max, or is it, once it's done, it's set in, and how, I mean, like a sliding or a scale type of thing?
I would say that certainly the council can decide that they want to set fees at a lower rate. I will say that one of the reasons staff is only recommending the 2 fees and not the other park improvement fees was to really address that issue, to not bring too much too quickly. I think the other goal that we have is, as Nicole was saying, is to bring this back more often, to look at it. I think there will be a benefit from us returning to you routinely. As she mentioned, I think we're thinking, on an annual basis, where we look at both the impacts of the fees on development and what it's doing in terms of stimulating versus cooling development, and then looking at how the fees are accumulating for us to actually achieve some of our goals in terms of land acquisition.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's it for me, Mayor. I'll go with staff's recommendation on this moving forward, but that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you. Thanks to staff and Suerta for your presentation. Thanks for the comments. I have one question. I think this is for Ms. Stadnicki. We're seeing a lot of the developments online having kind of an open space element to it. that's accessible to the public. Is that included in our inventory, our park inventory? Even though we don't manage it or maintain it, which is actually ideal from a cost standpoint, is that included in our inventory?
I don't believe we include it in our parks inventory. There is an arrangement where a property owner can request a reduction in fees. It's sort of a rare occurrence. It doesn't happen very often, but in that case, their parks fees would be reduced if they enter into that special agreement.
Okay, understood. And then, this isn't necessarily related to these fees, but since we're here, I know that we have talked about council directed staff to look at a pedestrian and bike bridge over Biona Creek. Would that be classified as park space?
Well, it could potentially be classified as a park improvement. It would not be an acquisition of land under these specific fees.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's funny, can I comment as well as?
Yep, both.
Okay, thank you. I just spent the weekend in Palm Springs, which has a population of about the same as ours, and they have 95 square miles of land, whereas we only have 5 square miles. So a lot more opportunities for open space. Much needed. I do understand the concerns of Mr. Chapsis about kind of the pass-through of costs down to the rental cost. I hope that through the density bonuses that we're doing, from the state and locally, that will help mitigate and provide those carve-outs for affordable units. So I know staff has put effort and consideration into, as we learned from our recent fee updates, there's a bit of a shock when you just catch up all at once. So I'm glad that we're phasing these potential increases out, and that we will be looking at these regularly. So I'm in favor of going with staff's recommendation on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Really appreciate staff for all of the hard work. I know there's been a lot of updates happening for some time now, so really appreciate this being before us this evening. Again, just trying to be mindful of time and all that's before us. I don't have any opposition moving forward with staff's recommendation. The only question that I have is just wondering about when we're circling back to sort of monitor how things are going, if it's having an impact. Do we have a set understanding of when that review time is going to be?
We plan to do it annually.
Annually, okay. All right, y'all got time. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the hard work. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you for all the work that went into this. I'm also not opposed to the recommendations, happy to go forward with them. I just wanted to understand for my own edification, these two types of fees, how often are they layered on top of one another? Like, is it one or the other? You're either in a subdivision or you're not, and if you're not, you get the normal. Okay. I was under the impression that most of the city in a part of a subdivision, or is it most not a part of a subdivision?
Well, really what we're thinking about it for future projects is a subdivision would include a condominium project. So that's kind of how we're moving forward, and future projects would be, if there was a subdivision of single-family houses, there's not a lot of land for that, but it could happen. Most likely it would be as part of a mixed use or a residential project that includes condos. That goes through the subdivision.
Thank you. So your project's only going to qualify for one of the fee types. And then just to go back to Mr. Shabs' concern, I saw the staff report mention West Hollywood and Santa Monica, I think, but, and forgive me if I missed it, was there, are we looking at, all of our neighboring cities and just making sure that the fees are not out of line compared to our neighbors? I'm just thinking about in terms of their impact on housing production and impact on rents.
Yes, exactly. That's what we did. There's an attachment that goes through a group of cities, and it goes by the fees and what those cities charge. And often, one of the reasons why we decided to delay the second two fees is that many cities don't have separate fees for that. Even though that is an industry standard, it's not widely utilized in our area, so we want to sort of ease into that. And that was another reason to reduce the fees that we have and adjust those totals to keep them more in line with what we're seeing with our neighbors.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I had one other follow-up, and maybe this is, I'm not sure who this would go to. Do we have a plan internally to identify land to acquire for park?
Yes, that was done as part of the Parks Master Plan.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the staff report. Thank you for the public comments. I concur with my colleagues, so I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance approving the city-initiated code amendment to Culver City Municipal Code sections 15.06.300 to 330 and 15.10.750 to 790, adopting new park land in lieu and park land impact fees. And then introduce the proposed ordinance, and then adopt a resolution setting new parkland in lieu and parkland impact fees amounts and rates, and accepting the Parks and Recreation Facilities Development Impact Fee study, except for the establishment of a new park improvement impact fee and a new community and recreation center impact fee.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Deputy City Attorney Michael Cobden, I wanted to note for the council that there is a typo in the resolution that under the second whereas clause referencing the fee amounts, it inadvertently referenced the subdivision amounts, but the staff report makes clear that the non-subdivision amounts are different. And so if you look at the staff report under table S1, the second column should be reflected in that non-subdivision fee setting amount.
Great, thank you.
So just with that note, please, if the council would consider that amended version of the resolution.
And including that amended version of the resolution.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Mayor Pusa, a second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the action items. Start with action item 1, discussion and direction to the city clerk regarding vacancies on the Civil Service Commission, Cultural Affairs Commission, Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, and the Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board, and consideration of J. Marvin Campbell's request to be reappointed to the BPAC. May we get a staff report?
Yes. Good evening, council members. This is Jeremy Bocchino, city clerk. This is a report brought because we have 15 vacancies amongst all of our CBCs, which is more than normal. And due to many different reasons, we've had a few issues. Anyway, so these are unscheduled vacancies. There are two that I'm really concerned about. One is the Cultural Affairs Commission, because they are down 2 of the 5, so they need a quorum of 3 to do business, and they are at that right now. The other one is the Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board. They also are at quorum. You have options with any of these to defer to the annual process, to contact the previous applicants and make sure they're still interested. We have not done that yet. Or to direct advertising of the vacancies. And then separately, we'll consider Mr. Campbell's request. But do you have any preference in terms of how you want to go about this? Do you want to do it body by body?
Sure. Could we do questions first, and then we can go body by body?
Yeah.
And also take public comment?
Do we have public comment?
Are there any questions, Councilmember Vera?
I have a question, yeah, thank you. Jeremy, there's two bodies that are sort of at the need to fill ASAP, correct?
Right.
And for the cultural affairs, in terms of the names that we have listed, you said that you have not contacted them yet in terms of their willingness to still serve?
Correct, and I would do that
Okay.
ASAP. But the
Right.
new applications we've included.
Right, okay.
But, I mean, applications are available all the
24/7,
time
right.
to be completed, but we haven't done even any sort of marketing about it.
Okay. What I would like, Mayor, I don't know, it's up to my colleagues, but to appoint the two newest applicants and then have staff reach out to the other applicants and see if they're still interested, and then we can come back, but at least we can get, for the cultural affairs, two bodies on board right away. And what was the other one?
Landlord-tenant mediation.
There was 5 on
Board.
that,
There are 5 vacancies.
and only 2.
And we only have 2 applications, one for the tenant seat, one for the member at-large seat.
So maybe to appoint those two and then come back for everything else when they're due. That's just my suggestion, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy.
Any questions, Councilmember McMorrin? Thank you, Councilmember Rivera.
Do we have any public comments on this? Okay, I'll wait to hear from the public.
Okay, thanks. Any questions, Councilmember O'Brien?
No questions right now.
Vice Mayor Fish? Okay, neither for me. Let's go with how many public comments?
2 speakers signed up.
Okay, 2 minutes each.
Alrighty, our first speaker is Sue Liu, who I am not seeing in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Kimberly Ferguson, who is in the chamber.
I made it. Good to see you all in this new year. Hello, Mayor Puza and the whole council. God bless you. What a long night, huh? And then you answered part of my question, actually, already. I was informed from Jim Clark that there was some space available on some of your commissions, and I'd been keen over the years to join, and I'm now finally in a position to do that. And one of the positions I'm keen on is the Cultural Affairs Commission, so I would like the ability to apply, but I didn't know if I could, because I wasn't sure if you were going to go with your already applied people from the past, or if I could apply. So that's what I'm here to ask.
And what are you interested in?
The Cultural Affairs Commission. And that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, that was our final speaker.
Great. Okay, we'll go to comments and start with Councilmember Rivera.
No other comments other than that, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember McMorrin.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So City Clerk, thank you for bringing this to us. You have a big job coordinating all these folks, and I'm looking forward to the big showcase later in the year. But if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, there's a particular urgency on the 2 bodies, Cultural Affairs and Landlord-Tenant.
Yes.
So I'm hearing it's your recommendation to I'm trying to make your life easier. I'm trying to make all of our lives easier by ensuring that our bodies are staffed, but also it all, it ends up on your team if folks can't make it, and then that creates additional static. So what makes the most sense, or what would be the easiest for you, given that we know that I think applications are available year-round at culvercity.gov/serve, right? So
Yes.
That's great. Little
That's
plug for that. You
correct.
can always
Thank
apply.
you very much. And if anyone's listening that's interested in volunteering for one of these wonderful bodies, please do apply.
So would it be best to, I assume that most of our meetings coming up are going to be rather full. We want to make sure that those bodies can meet and deal with the business that they have in front of them. So, I'm open to, and again, remind me, the folks that we would appoint would just fill the prior person's term that's no longer serving.
That's correct. And both of the ones for cultural affairs go through 2029. So those are long terms. So, yeah.
Yeah, my only hesitancy with that, because that is a long time, is just that if we're pulling from this list, we're kind of in a bind, so it's distinguishable, so we could stand on having to fill the bodies, but I'm just a little concerned with that length of time for not really a formal process. I do see that Heather Moses is listed here, and she, is very visible as a community arts person from our school district. So this, probably someone would say this is biased, but because of her longstanding commitment, I would feel comfortable with that for an extended amount of time. Do we know about, nope, not right. Fun times. Okay. Well, I'd be comfortable with Heather tonight just because of her, she's arts up and down. But I'm curious as to, I do think we should move at least one member forward and potentially do, if they're all for longer terms, I kind of want to have a process for folks that if we're not sure of their background, we want to be sure if they're going to be serving the city for a long time to kind of, hopefully this is, who knows, but us doing our due diligence. So I would be open to seating one person so these bodies could do their business and allow for a more formal process for the others, but curious to what my colleagues think. Those are my thoughts right now.
And thank you, Councilmember. There is also the possibility that someone could be appointed until the full application process in
Well, let's do that.
May, June.
Let's do that.
So
If colleagues are open to that, let's do that, because that would be a lower stakes. And if they like it, great. If not, they could say, thanks so much, no thanks. But hopefully they won't say that. But yeah, maybe out of the menu of options, that sounds good to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, yeah. I am also conscious of workload and including this body during our long meetings. So I do want to only focus on the two bodies that are in desperate need for quorum. I've known and worked with Heather Moses for over a decade. However, I think we should, if there were two we were selecting today, maybe there was I think that it should have that opportunity for all these people that applied before to come forward again, see if they're interested, just out of fairness. I know Heather's a very, very strong candidate. And then, since there are only two applicants right now for the landlord-tenant mediation board, assuming they are qualified, I would be okay having them fill those two seats until we go through the formal process in a couple months. And I'm only saying that because they're the only two, whereas Cultural Affairs potentially has 6 here, 7 with, sorry, I forgot your name, but Ms. Frazier in the audience.
Kimberly.
So, yeah, that would be 7. So I think we should at least give all those applicants an opportunity.
Okay, just to be clear, though, the appointment wouldn't occur at this meeting. This was just to get a feel for it. We'd bring it back either on the 26th or whatever, based on what you tell me, maybe as a consent item.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Jeremy, and I concur with my colleagues. I think if we do a interim seat or just a seat for those 6 months until the regular cycle, I think that's a great idea to just get quorum met and make sure the bodies are functioning, and then we can make sure everyone's on a level playing field when they go to apply for the full term.
Great.
So thanks for that idea.
Thank you.
Great. So it sounds like we're headed towards interim appointments for the Cultural Affairs and Landlord Tenant Mediation Board. The other ones will go to the regular process in June. Do you need anything else from us?
Yes, the consideration of J. Marvin Campbell's request to be reappointed to the Business Community seat on the BPAC.
And I know he sent in a request to be reappointed. Was there a rationale or for why he missed those?
He said that he was, he basically said that he was, oh, here you are. Yeah. Busy and had been unable to attend, but also Alicia Ide, who's the secretary for the body, never received any indication that he wouldn't be able to make a meeting. He was just non-responsive, basically, until he got this letter saying that he had been
Automatically removed, yeah. He missed 4 meetings in a row, did not respond to any communication sent to him during that 6-month period.
And as per policy, it's more than 3.
Okay, great, thanks. Based on that, I would personally reject the request for reappointment. We'll go to Councilmember Vera.
I'm with you on that, Mayor.
Councilmember McMorrin. We all good? Okay, so we will reject that reappointment.
Heather, do I need a motion on that? Yeah. I would like to just get a motion to deny the request for J. Marvin Campbell to be reappointed to the BPAC. There we go. I have a motion from Councilmember O'Brien, a second from Councilmember Vera. Okay. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes, 5 ayes. And we will take your direction and come back with the appointments.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, may I ask a quick clarifying question on that? So for BPAC, it looks like they also are not at quorum, but light, or like they're missing 3 folks. Is there, so we're not gonna, I guess, is there any thought to asking folks to apply, if this is gonna come back anyways for us to choose the Cultural Affairs Commission members, is that right?
Yes.
I don't know how quickly you were thinking of turning that around.
As fast as we can.
Okay, should we send out something and say for BPAC if you want to apply? I don't know how close to quorum, maybe this is for Alicia, like, are we worried about not meeting that since we have 3 members not present?
Well, I mean, obviously, there's always a chance that we wouldn't meet quorum, but there weren't a whole list of people that you selected from that didn't get appointed. So it would be a start from scratch process for BPAC. And
although the youth member,
with one exception, which is the youth member who was appointed a year earlier. And so there were some students. However, there may not be anybody still on that list who's in town. So that would be the youth seat might be easily appointed, given who applied and who might still be in school and available in Culver City. But the rest of the members, we would start from scratch.
Okay, great. So, and then just to clarify, J. Marvin Campbell, he can apply for the regular cycle in June, right? And okay,
Sure.
great. So if we're comfortable keeping that at 6, then 6 members, is that right? Or
Yes, it's 6 members. I mean, I can tell you, we could probably fill the student seat if you wanted to include the student seat for BPAC as part of the short-term plans.
I'd be open to that if that would be helpful too.
I think there was one person.
There's been one person expressed interest
That was
had
interested.
applied in the past.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was just happenstance. So a lot of this just comes to us, so it wasn't put out there, but if it was to fill a seat for that interim period, we could do that. And plus, she might, it's only a year appointment anyway, so we could see how it goes. And I am getting from Ms. Ferguson, sort of subliminally, a request to be considered for the application. Right, exactly. So to bring that back and include Ms. Ferguson.
The Cultural Affairs Commission?
Yes.
Okay, great. I don't know if you need further direction or another vote on that, or if that's just direction to
It's all direction.
staff. Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm taking it all in. Thank you.
No pressure.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to A2, presentation on priority-driven budgeting and approval of demographics for Civic Assembly as recommended by the Civic Assembly Ad Hoc Subcommittee and other direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. May I get a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, and honorable council members. I am Lisa Soger, the Chief Financial Officer. I have here with me Elizabeth Shavelson, our Assistant Chief Financial Officer. We're here tonight doing 2 things in one item because these things are linked to the budget, and so we felt it best to kind of combine them. We're talking about the budget, we're talking about the schedule for the next 4 or 5 months. And so Happy New Year, here we are. We're launching into budget. You're going to be seeing a lot of me over the next 4 months. So we're going to take tonight in 2 pieces, and the first piece is to give you a little bit of a presentation on our new city manager's vision for our budget process, and that is on priority-driven budgeting. And then after I do that and we give you a chance to ask your questions about that, we will call upon our consultants for the civic assembly process, and we're going to ask you tonight to bless the demographics for the panel. We'll talk, we were going to deal with their schedule, but I think that will come at a later time as we actually firm up some of our budget schedule that right now I don't have hard dates for. So With that, I'm going to ask the city clerk to put up the presentation on priority-driven budgeting. So, and you can go to the next slide. So the Government Finance Officers Association, which the GFOA, and I sent you all something earlier about how we, for our 40th consecutive year, got the Distinguished Budget Award, and for, I think it's like year 37, got the award for our annual comprehensive financial reporting. So we try to stay abreast of all the best practices, and we do that. I think our new city manager has some ideas about how this process can be improved. It can be more inclusive and reflect the priorities of the community, and then be more transparent in reflecting those priorities back to them. And so that's what we're aiming to do with this year's budget cycle. So this up on the slide is a quote, sort of an abbreviated quote from GFOA, that in a priority-driven approach, the government identifies its most important strategic priorities, and then through a collaborative, evidence-based process, ranks programs or services according to how well they align with those priorities. And then the government allocates funding in accordance with those rankings. So 2 years ago, we worked with you as part of our requirements for GFOA to look at our strategic goals. I think you can go to the next slide. Yeah, and we came up with 9 strategic goals. And these are high-arching things that governments do every day: ensuring long-term financial stability, enhancing mobility and transportation, improving housing and homeless services, promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, improving and maintaining public infrastructure and community spaces, advancing environmental sustainability and climate action, promoting public safety, providing high-quality public services, and increasing community engagement. All important, but in times of fiscal stress, it is more important than ever for governments to communicate their priorities and values to improve budget transparency, to demonstrate fairness, and to help justify difficult decisions. So what we're going to do with priority-driven budgeting will help us articulate why the services we offer exist, what price we're going to pay for them, and what value they offer the citizens. And we're going to try to do the important things well and cut back on those things that we are deeming less important in this moment. Next slide, thank you. So typically, a priority-driven budget process is a long process, an up to 18-month process. But in an effort to begin, because we need to begin somewhere, we're going to be doing an accelerated and abbreviated version for fiscal year 26-27. We're hoping to build a foundation that then will be expanded as we move through our budget cycles in future years. So, now there are a lot of other steps in a full process, but these are the important steps that we cover in our, as we're accelerating to, developing the budget that we present to you in May. Next slide, please. So with that, here's our new schedule. And again, we need to work with you to identify dates. So the first thing that we're looking to do, and I will say to you, it's not on this slide, we will be back to you at the first meeting in February with our mid-year budget. So you will have a sense of where we are in the current year. We'll also present how we ended last fiscal year, so you'll have that in the beginning of February. Later in February, and we'll work with you to find a date, we will be scheduling a special city council meeting that is a priority planning retreat where we talk about the council's goals. We'll work with a facilitator to really hone in on the strategic goals and for the next 3 years. Then we're going to take those priorities, take them out on the road. The city manager and I and other staff will hold a series of community meetings. We're going to take these meetings out to the community and hear what they have to think about those priorities. Again, the regular budget process is happening. You can see the new things that we've highlighted with a yellow, star. We're still going to be kicking off budget with departments, getting feedback from them as we're doing that in March. In April, we're going to bring back all that information to the council so that we discuss what we heard in all those community meetings and feed that back to the council for further thoughts, to help inform staff as we put together the budget for the city manager's recommendation to the council. And then we will come back to you. Again, as always, we are statutorily required to bring the budget to you 45 days before the start of this fiscal year, and that means that we will deliver the budget on May 11th. It will be posted to council. I will keep that budget Q&A that we had talked about prior so that public has a chance to ask questions in a meeting before we have the department budget presentations. Those will be held as usual in May, and then we anticipate holding our final public hearing in June. So at this point, that is our schedule. Open to any questions, thoughts that council may have about that piece.
Great, thank you. First, just want to agendize a strategic planning retreat, if I can get nodding heads for that, to be held in February.
I'm seeing,
Mayor, there's going to be a portion of February where I'll be gone. And I think the dates are tentatively right now the 17th or 18th through the 26th. But I'll get some firm dates by tomorrow, actually by Wednesday.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we'll have, okay.
and that's unanimous, 5 nodding heads, February retreat. Great, thank you.
Okay, and then we will go to questions about what CFO Soger just shared with us. I'll start with Councilmember McMorrin.
I don't have any questions. I'm excited. Thank you for your work, you and your team. I'm excited to see the updated schedule. I'm excited to get all of the community input and the soon planning retreat. So I'm super excited for 2026 and grateful for all the work that you all are putting in. Thanks.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the staff report. Will the February retreat be Brown Act?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll just, okay, yeah. And then are we still going to do the March budget presentation process?
We would not be doing the March work plan presentations.
Okay.
And I will
No
cancel those
objection.
meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for Jeremy. Being that it is a Brown Acted meeting and if the dates do align with me not being in town, can I still log on and do it via Italian email?
Yes, as long as it falls within the teleconferencing
Right.
rules, and if you're able to provide a location where you're at and follow all of those teleconference
All right.
requirements.
Perfect. All right.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Is Italian email phone? Is that, okay, that's funny. I love that.
As long as you're
I hadn't
within
heard
the
that
United
before.
States.
Yeah, no questions. Just thank you, Otis, and thank you, Lisa. City Manager Jones, like, thank you for the energy that you're bringing in and the new ideas. And, you know, it's clearly a compressed timeline, but I'm very impressed by the breakneck speed that y'all are already charging at this. So just thanks to both of you and Elizabeth and the whole CFO staff. So thank you.
Ditto. Very excited. Appreciate everything. And then I guess we can move on to, yep.
Yes. So moving on to things related to budget, and part of what we have been working on with our consultants at the Center for New Democratic Processes is setting this is really the first step of selecting the Civic Assembly panel through sortition, is setting the demographics. And we've met, subcommittee made themselves available over the holidays, as did our consultants. We found a time to go over the demographics, and we're going to present. These are attached to the staff report, but we do have our consultants online who can go over a brief presentation if the council has any questions, and then we would ask that the full body adopt them so that we can move forward with the process. I will point out that we changed the title and the recommended action, but in the motion, we left that the schedule would be approved. Because we have so much moving with the priority-driven budget schedule right now, we're going to come back to you with the schedule at a later date, and right now, we're going to just be talking about the demographics. So Kyle and Sarah, I think, are online.
Yes, hello. Hi, thank you, CFO Soger. First of all, thank you, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, and City Council members for having us here today. I'm Kyle Bazenko, Executive Director of the Center for New Democratic Processes, and I'm here with my colleague Sarah Atwood, our Head of Research and Engagement. We are here, as you have read and heard from CFO Soger, to talk through the Civic Assembly demographic targets. I want to take some time quickly to thank Mayor Puza and Vice Mayor Fish for serving on the Civic Assembly Ad Hoc Committee to meet with us twice, first in mid-December and then again in early January, as well as CFO Soger and Assistant CFO Shabelson and the City Manager Jones's team for helping us get to this point. We are looking forward to moving ahead into this with you. And so if you can move to the next slide, please. You can see here, these are the same tables that were presented and attached in both the agenda and the staff report, or linked in the staff report. And what we want to simply walk through is to give some background about how these came to be and how they will be utilized to impanel a cross-section of Culver City residents. So for each of these categories, what we've done is identify using essentially or primarily American Community Survey data in most of the cases, but in a couple we had to rely on additional sources of data to identify demographic targets for the city of Culver City. And so The one place where this came forward was with the gender category, where we relied on the California Health Interview Survey, and in particular, a component of that survey which was conducted in 2024 and was also localized for Los Angeles County. The other category where we utilized an additional resource was for party affiliation, and that was drawn directly from the California Secretary of State report of registration from the October 2025 reporting period. So with those two exceptions in mind, these are drawn from American Community Survey estimates or calculations from either 2024 or 2023. And so figure 1 represents the categories that we'll be using to draw a panel of Culver City residents. And these will serve as the categories and designations that we'll be utilizing to run a lottery selection or sortition process to impanel 30 participants from across the city. And because the panel is so small, we don't say that the group itself will be statistically representative, but the goal of these categories, and this is what we worked with the ad hoc committee to determine, is a set of categories and targets within those that will invite a broad cross-section and a diverse cross-section of the community together to be engaged in the civic assembly process. So that constitutes figure 1, and those are the those are the categories that will be utilized within the demographic or within the lottery selection process itself. What we also identified in our conversations and meetings, and this is in figure 2, is that there are a couple of other categories of information that will be useful to collect, but will not be utilized within the panel selection process itself. And these are in figure 2, household income and neighborhood in particular. So what I want to note for this is that in neighborhoods, participants will be able to select their neighborhood from residents, and there will be a drop-down list of those neighborhoods that are drawn directly from the Culver City 2045 general plan map, and access to that map will be provided, so people will be able to reference where they're selecting. The last thing that we include is a question about whether or not anyone's currently employed by the city of Culver City. And this is just to determine whether or not there are individuals who apply to be a member of the panel or of the assembly who are Culver City employees, and in which case they would not be eligible to participate. But that is one additional point. So as you can see, these demographics are a representation of Culver City residents. And with that, I will ask first my colleague Sarah if there's anything I overlooked or anything that needs to be clarified before moving on.
Sure. Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, so one thing to just quickly clarify, I'm not sure if I caught it correctly, but the question for whether or not somebody is currently employed by the city, that is a question that we will connect with the participants individually about before we impanel them. And the reason why is, let's say that Elizabeth, Elizabeth's number comes up. We would want to reach out to Elizabeth and say, hey, Elizabeth, what's your role with the city? And then we may determine on a case-by-case basis that might not be a great fit for Elizabeth to serve on the panel, given that the project is about the budget. So that's how we're handling that sorting question there. So hopefully that helped to clarify.
But otherwise, if there are any questions or clarification, we'll be happy to take those.
Great, thank you. We'll start with questions, and we'll start with Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you for breaking this down, and thanks to the subcommittee for working on this. How, again, are we going to acquire our assembly? Or we're going to reach out in what manner?
So the primary strategy that will be used will be a mailer that is sent to a subset of randomly selected households across Culver City. That may be somewhere between 7 to 10,000 pieces of mail. We haven't made that ultimate determination. That is usually done on a case-by-case basis. So that will be the first point. Individuals who or households that have an individual who receives that mailer will then be directed to a site where they go. They will submit their information that will be pseudo-anonymized and held. We will collect as minimal amount of information or personal identifiable information as possible, although some is necessary. We'll hold that and then utilize that to select a panel from the applicants who respond to that mailing.
Okay, thank you for that. And if I understand correctly, these members will be compensated. What's the amount per person?
One moment. The total amount per participant is looking at, it is 45 hours of participation over the course of 45 hours of participation at $30 an hour, so it'll be $1,350 per participant for 6 days of participation. That is our initial estimate, and again, we haven't, I will just say, that is our initial budget estimate. There may be some adjustments based on the overall or actual amounts of, or hours that are utilized or that we end up on, but that is our ballpark as a starting point to say if we were to do 6 full days. So I just wanted to clarify that's our rate at which we're looking to utilize.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Any questions, Councilmember Vera?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple questions. I was reading here in terms of and I think I'm gonna call him the mayor again. I believe Councilmember O'Brien asked us in terms of how we're going to be picking participants in this, and in what forms are they going to be notified. But in terms of everything else, does it come back to full council for approval, or is this all being made with the subcommittee and then staff and you guys?
So we are awaiting to finalize which touch points specifically. I know CFO Soger has mentioned to us that we will come back to you with to approve the remit of what the ultimate question is that we'll be doing, and then again bring forward the schedule for conversation. Those are the primary touch points and decision or action item equivalents that I am currently aware of. CFO Soger may have additional in mind, and that may be contingent upon the evolution of the priority-driven budget process. But those are the two that we will ultimately that we know currently. But I would be remiss to say that those are the only ones that would be necessary.
All right, thank you.
So I'll just jump in because I think your question is about how exactly the panel gets selected.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
and Kyle, I think what they're getting at is, so the mailer goes out to, as Kyle mentioned, 7 to 10,000 individuals, roughly. Hopefully, we get a lot of return, right? People enter their information so that they can become part of the process. All of that then goes into a program, a computer program that randomizes and selects eligible panels, right? And they'll correct me if I'm wrong. So it selects a number of panels that meet the basic demographic targets that we're asking you to approve tonight. So what council is approving is the demographic targets. Once we've solicited all of the potential interested parties, those are into this program. There are a number of panels that are created, and then out of those, I don't know how many, and our consultants can tell me, but number of panels, that potential panels that are created one is selected. So this whole process is randomized, but each group will meet the demographic targets. So we have, again, targets set by age, set by race, set by educational attainment, and each panel will sort of hit those targets, and then a randomized one will be selected. So in terms of how the panel is selected, the council's really only role is to select those targets, and then a anonymized process happens through a computer program that I don't begin to understand, but some technical genius created.
So the only thing that's really in front of us tonight is whether voting on the demographics of how
Correct.
folks are going to be selected. Okay.
Correct. And we will come back to you later to finalize the question that is before the panel, the remit question, to make sure that you are all in agreement that we have the question exactly right. We will also probably touch base with you about the schedule, but much of this will be left in the hands of our consultant to lead the panel, because part of what this process is meant to do is to empower the assembly itself to ask for we will provide them with some basic information, but they are going to be empowered to ask for the information that they need to really fulfill the mission that you're going to set for them.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you, Mayor. My only question, and thanks so much for presenting everything very clearly, is was there a reason why disability and the percentage of, and I know disability is different, there's physical disability and there's levels of disability, or categories, not levels, excuse me. But is there a reason why that wasn't demarcated or indicated in the data? That's the only gap that I saw that I want to make sure that we incorporate some of those voices. So, but if there's another way we're reaching out, or just curious about that. But overall, really excited that this is moving forward and looking forward to seeing what comes out of this space. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that great question, and I love it because I used to teach disability studies, so I really appreciate you bringing that up. Historically, we have not included that as a target category. We have found repeatedly that both physical and other accessibility needs come up as we do our recruitment. So we do our recruitment in a really kind of personalized manner. I personally reach out to all of our participants and kind of have that discussion one-on-one with them. What my anecdotally experience is that a lot of times people actually do not disclose accessibility needs up front, even when they have that option to do so. But there tends to be kind of a level of trust or accountability that participants expect of us as organizers and conveners, and then choose to disclose that as they feel comfortable or as it is literally required for their participation. And so that is typically how we handle that. And yeah, but so that's typically how we handle it, as opposed to kind of target demographics. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. And yeah, thanks again for that really great question.
Thank you for clarifying. That's all. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Great. No questions. Just wanted to say thank you, Mayor, for your partnership in the subcommittee. Thanks, Lisa and Elizabeth, and Center for New Democratic Processes. Looking forward to moving forward tonight, and hopefully having a panel that's representative of the city and empowering them, as you said, Lisa. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Vice Mayor Fish, for being on the subcommittee. I know I was on the committee that helped generate this, but I did receive some community feedback, so I just have two quick questions. One is, I know this is for race, it's the source was ACS, but I'm also wondering how people would identify if they were Middle Eastern or North African. And that was a category that was added, not to ACS, but another department.
Yeah, so, you know, historically, census data and collection around race has been a really complicated thing. So, yeah, we don't see alignment across data sets in the ways that maybe represent how people identify. And so they are truly imperfect tools. The census is kind of complicated in a number of ways, generally because you also can look at Afro-Latinos and how that is categorized through census data as well, tends to break out ethnicity when it comes to Latino identities. And then blackness is a kind of an additional categorization within that. So you can kind of see there that messiness. In this, you know, for this one, we chose ACS, and it is imperfect. So, you know, that would be up to the participants how they would choose to identify, just because that is the kind of biggest data set that we have, and felt like that, even though, you know, all of these kind of different surveys come with different trade-offs for how people have options to identify, that is kind of the most durable one that we have at this time.
Okay. Thank you. And then I am wondering if there could be, or just under party affiliation, if there can be maybe a subset question for independent, none, other, unaffiliated? Or what do you think about, you know, what if we got all libertarians? Not that there's anything wrong with that, but there's all the different parties. So if we just had a sub-question, so as you're sorting it out, you can kind of make sure that there's a wide variety within that category.
Thank you. That is definitely something that we have and are capable of doing, and actually are using a very similar approach literally this week for a recruitment process for a project happening in a couple of weeks. So that is absolutely an approach we can take, and but ultimately it will get down. There's a difference between the kind of questionnaire structure itself and the ultimate categories themselves, but we would be able to identify or structure it in such a way that we can elucidate that data from individuals and provide those options in a straightforward manner that won't change or alter the composition in front of or on this document or that we're asking you to approve today.
Okay, and will this category also capture like unregistered voters? Is that unaffiliated or none, I guess?
So that would be a question. What we would need to look at is the number of this is a representation of those who have registered with the Secretary of State to vote. What we could look at is how and where to incorporate non-registered individuals within these categories and if they would sit within that broader category of unaffiliated or unregistered.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks for all this work, and looking forward to move this forward.
Yeah, thanks for the questions, and thank you all for taking a moment to review.
And do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have 3 speakers signed up. Our speakers are Michelle Dennis, Wayne Liebman, and Denise Neal. 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Michelle Dennis, followed by Wayne Liebman.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Mayor Pusa, council members, City Manager Jones. My name is Michelle Dennis. I'm a resident of Culver City for 44 years. I'm a certified public finance officer. I have 37 years of experience in budget and finance positions in the greater LA area, and I taught public budgeting and finance at UCLA for 21 years. I want to acknowledge City Manager Jones for boldly choosing to move ahead quickly to reform the city's budget process and to incorporate the civic assembly that's been created to provide a powerful mechanism for the people to have a voice. And I wanted everybody to know that because of Culver City's leadership position vis-a-vis a civic assembly, Public Democracy Los Angeles, which advocates for civic assemblies in the LA area, has provided at the request of the Los Angeles City Charter Review Commission 2 one-day model civic assemblies on issues important to the commission, and will be providing a longer civic assembly in the spring that could provide information that we put on the ballot for voter approval. So the action taken by the city of Culver City has had an impact, and I'm very excited to see the city move forward in this direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wayne Liebman, followed by Denise Neal.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor Puza, Assistant Mayor Fish, Kyle and Sarah. Nice to hear from you and everyone in the room. I'm Wayne Liebman from Public Democracy LA. Our mission, as you heard, is to catalyze civic assemblies in the LA area. We're very pleased that Culver City is proceeding with this one. Council is asking the right questions tonight. These demographics look pretty good, and they're quite common in democratic lotteries. Just here to say we're observing with great interest as this transpires, and we're looking forward to assist in the assembly process on the ground as you move forward. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Happy New Year and congratulations on your new structure and placement. Welcome, City Manager Jones. I would like to know, well, I'm glad that we have a structure going on, and this looks like what we've been trying to accomplish through participatory budgeting, I would assume. But I also would like to know if within this, 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes? Okay. I'd like to know if this is going to include what we're doing for the Olympics, the Manchester Bidwell consultant that wants to help us strategically pull everything together. I'd like to know if, since Culver City's approved reparations, if foundational Black Americans are going to be considered as a separate category because reparations are specific to us. I also would like to know if Native American issues, I'm that person with all those backgrounds checked. So, I mean, I hail from 7 tribes as well. I'd like to know if that's going to be considered. I'd like to know if faith-based issues are going to be considered, especially considering that we're trying to tap into White House funding, the $3.9 or $4 billion for housing and homelessness for faith-based groups to help provide. There are just so many moving parts to this, and I would like to be able to meet with you, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and any of the council members, because there are people from the Global Venture Fund that I talked about that want to hit the ground running. They want blueprints. They've got financial backing, and we need to know what money pots are going to help with what projects. And SCAG and WestCog also have La Casa funds. There is so much on the table, and I'd like to know if we can create that dashboard we need. And I'd like to have those subsequent meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I would. Thank you, Mayor. I'll make the motion to approve the priority-driven budgeting and the demographics for our civic assembly.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, a second from Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. Councilmember O'Brien? There we go. Thank you. All members have voted. The motion passes, 4 ayes, 1 abstain from Councilmember Vera.
Okay, great. We'll move on to action item 3, discussion of Culver City's support of women and girls, including the potential creation of a formal commission, board, or committee, and if desired, direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. And may we get a staff report once you get settled.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. In April 2025, this is going to be a little kind of condensed update. In April 2025, the City Council reached majority consensus, a broader discussion on existing investments, evaluation of processes and supports, and the potential creation of a commission, board, or committee to support women and girls. If the council, City Council creates a CBC on women and girls, the council should provide clarity as to what the CBC's role would be in the context and related to the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee. And just for your information, there on our commission committees and boards now, there are 31 men that we could determine, 44 women that serve on the CBCs. And so this is a discussion item, and if the council so desires, direction can be provided for the next steps. So thank you.
Okay, let's do public comment first.
We had one speaker signed up for item A3, Kimberly Ferguson. However, I'm not seeing her in the chamber or online.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions and comments from colleagues, starting with Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the brief staff report and this item being back before us. I remember this being something I was trying to do in 2024, but it was something I really thought about when I initially got elected, and I really understood the significance of just being the 6th woman to serve on this body. In 2024, I think Assistant City Manager Wolfberg came, and we had several conversations with state and other city and also the county representative of other women and girls committees, and they shared sort of how their bodies work. Some of them were ongoing bodies, some of them were term limited bodies, and they had specific goals and data points and recommendations to get out. And I know that time is late. My own daughter and some of her friends wanted to give comment on this item. So anyway, it's hard when I told, it's late. Anyway, there is interest in this body and a lot of curiosity about what it could potentially look like and mean in Culver City. I definitely don't want to, I have so many ideas in terms of my preference due to staff limitations and capacity issues is, of course, a time-limited specific recommendation sort of model with a smaller body. I know we have some bodies that are quite robust, but so sort of a smaller on a smaller body, and also having community engagement. So while we would have folks who hopefully the council would be able to approve, that there would be community engagement as a part of that process. And again, with specific recommendations in terms of what we could be doing differently, both from a workforce standpoint and also how we engage with the community. I assume some of that might come up in some of the community engagement pieces that I know the city is already engaging with this year. So I don't know if we might want to fold some of that in just to because I know it takes a while to potentially get something like this going. So even just having those initial conversations about what does that look like for our community? What do girls and women want to see? And I know, so sometimes when there's so much intersectionality in terms of race, class, disability, faith, and so again, I hope some of those things will come up in this conversation that I hope that we're able to have as a community. It's a part of it is like we have a dearth of. I think it is an indication of the barriers in place to being elected, that there are so few women that actually get elected. And I kind of want to, I want us to talk about that. What does that look like? Also, that's super selfish, and not many women can speak to the barriers of coming into elected office. I don't want it to just be that, but I do want us to kind of, as a city, think about what that experience is like. I know one of the think tanks, one of the women-focused think tanks in California did a study about the harassment that women experience when they're running for office that is different that men experience. And so I'm not just making it up. There's data and studies that speak to that. But anyway, so I'd be interested in, like I said, a smaller body. I think that ends up being maybe 5 or 6, probably 5. Because we can't have 6 because maybe things won't get done. With a focus on a community. And again, hopefully a year, maybe 2. So again, a very term limited, focused approach, looking at what we do internally as a city. So maybe there's a employee seat there, and also looking forward into the community. How are we engaging? Maybe there's also an opportunity for us to outreach with CCUSD and have a representative from that our neighboring jurisdiction in terms of the school board partner with us on that. But we just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, and I think this is particularly in a season where folks are feeling. So I think this is a great time for us to, I just left that there because I think this is a great time to evaluate that. So I'm curious what my colleagues have to say. I apologize, I went longer than I expected at this hour of the night. But I'm excited, and thank you again for this opportunity to have this discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman McMorrin. Did you have a preference in terms of, or is this part of the discussion in terms of whether you wanted to look into a commission, a board, or a committee on this moving forward?
Thank you, Councilmember Vera. My proposal, and I didn't indicate, I guess I defer to staff in terms of what the correct terminology would be, but because I would be looking for specific recommendations and specific community engagement with our community for hopefully not to exceed 2 years. I don't know if that would be, I think our commissions are more formalized. I know the GPAC was an advisory committee, so maybe it would be a committee. But I defer to staff in terms of the correct way to label that fits the needs of this term-limited, smaller body that has the ability to do some community engagement. Thank you for the clarifying question, although I don't think I helped at all in answering it.
I think Shelley will take the ball and run with it. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, Shelley, I guess whatever your recommendation, I think we have to be mindful of staff time and resources that we have, but whatever you think would be the best avenue for this to move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien?
Yeah, thank you. I was scanning over the definitions of committee versus commission. Yeah, you know, everyone, no matter what class of person you are, male, female, non-binary, whatever race, background, deserves and needs agency and community. So I'm certainly in favor of this. I do know that we are, always strained with our staff. So whatever we do, I do want to be considerate of that. I think it's great that we have other agencies that, you know, as Councilmember McMorrin mentioned, West Hollywood, Santa Monica, the county, the state, that have kind of charted this course for us already. So I think I would recommend we, you know, explore what we feel is, from those examples, could best achieve the goals of this body. But I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember McMorrin, for bringing this to us, and thank you, Ms. Wolfberg, for your work on it. I appreciate this idea. You know, we live in a patriarchal society. Women and girls face acute, specific challenges navigating the world, so this is a really great opportunity to make sure our city is serving them. I am supportive of this idea and just would love to see, and I'm sure, you know, perhaps this was the idea too, but just inclusive language, making sure, like, you know, folks who are trans, non-binary, that those folks are included and open to apply as well. And then I just really look forward to seeing what comes out of this. I think time boxing it, as Councilmember McMorrin suggested, is really great. Maybe we have some kind of output that we want from it, whether it be a report or a series of goals that could inform our strategic plan that we're now doing, hopefully yearly. So love this. And and I just want to suggest, if staff, because I read in the staff report, you know, that one of the barriers obviously is just staff time with all of the commissions, committees, and boards. If there's any committees, commissions, or boards that, you know, you feel might not be having the impact that was originally intended, I'm very interested in, you know, having a discussion about retiring some that might not be serving us anymore. I know there are a few that are actually written into our charter. I'm curious, like, I'm not suggesting retiring or sunsetting any, but for example, I know that our landlord-tenant mediation board, I think, existed before we had a lot of our renters protections that we do now that serve a lot of that purpose. So just using that as an example, not suggesting that we shut anything down, but saying if staff ever comes, you know, has a suggestion for, hey, this one's, you know, not quite having the impact or that it otherwise, or it used to, I'm interested in maybe shifting those resources to something new like this that could be really impactful. So thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the staff report. Thank you to Councilmember McMorrin for your vision, leadership, and persistence on this item. We know when women and girls thrive, our communities benefit. I think a committee like this will help ensure that our policies, services, and community investments will reflect the lived experience of almost more than half the population. So I like the idea of the advisory committee format and possibly creating a report. It might be interesting to work with Mount St. Mary's University. They do a report on the status of women. So there might be some partnerships there. And it sounds like having a city seat and then a school board seat would be beneficial too, and keeping it to a smaller size body.
Question. Do you want to limit it to school board or just school population?
Maybe not school board necessarily, but just
CCUSD.
a representative. Yeah. Would you like to make a motion?
Does staff have any questions about, I know it will probably have to come back, but the time bounds, a small advisory, city person, CCUSD person, and there were some suggestions about other recommendations, but you got it.
No, and I appreciate the community meeting idea
Yeah,
to
I
find
think
out
it'll be great.
what it could look like, so, yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And I want to continue working with you, Shelley, so. Oh, wait, did it work? Okay. It says my motion was rejected because the other motion was accepted. But if it worked on your screen.
No, I don't have it.
You don't have, yeah, it said it was rejected. Okay, let me try again. Hold on. Come on, Garand. We don't have time. I have a wheel of death. I'm so sorry. Of course, when I'm trying to make a motion. Can I do it verbally?
You're making a motion.
Oh, wait, it's back.
Okay.
I refreshed the screen. Oh, it said, but it says I motion now. Did it work?
Yay, yes.
Okay.
And do we have a second?
Okay.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Councilmember Vera, and to direct the city manager to create an advisory committee to ensure CC is serving women and girls.
A limited committed time, limited.
A limited. Okay. Please vote. Excellent. Everyone has voted, and it is approved unanimously. And we can move on to our last item of the evening.
Great, which is A4, adoption of resolutions and/or motions appointing city council members, staff members to various outside agency boards, city council subcommittees, and other related bodies, and the creation of subcommittees as needed and appointments thereto, dissolution of subcommittees as needed, and direction to city clerk as deemed appropriate. Would you like to give a staff report?
Yes, we have many, 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 many outside bodies and subcommittees that the city council sits upon. I believe 33 was our last count. I have up on the video wall a list of them all, along with all the current delegates and alternates where available, or the members as they exist. I have highlighted, oh, and by the way, does anyone want to follow along on paper? I will be filling it in up here if you'd like. You want one? There you go. Oh, my goodness. I'll do it on the computer.
No.
Oh, God. Okay, sorry. Here you go. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, and I will show the presentation screen, make sure everyone's seeing.
I'm good, thank you.
Good. So, the ones in green require the mayor to be the delegate. So, LA County City Selection Committee, we've got Mayor Puza, and I'm putting, as we've always done, the alternate to be the vice mayor because it gives practice in those situations that if the mayor can't attend, then the vice mayor is able to go and learn a little more, and, you know, you can attend the meetings as well. So I have that for the City Selection Committee, the Sanitation District Number 5, and SCAG. And also, just to further explain this Excel spreadsheet, in orange, the bodies that have the orange highlighting requires 700 forms to be completed for those leaving and assuming the positions.
Oh, really? Yes.
As part of the staff report, I also included the number of different bodies that the council members sit on, in case you want to increase or decrease your load, you know, assuming like the mayor is now going to be added to 3 bodies that he was only an alternate for. And then we have lots of ad hoc and standing subcommittees and some options for dissolving or adding. So this being a non-election year, it's a lot of the same members. So if you want at any point to just let me know, we'll keep this the same, we'll keep this the same, we can do that as well. But can I get confirmation that for those three positions where the mayor is the automatic delegate, that the vice mayor could be the alternate? Yes, we've got a yes from Vice Mayor Fish. Okay, so let's look at the LA County Division of the League of California Cities. Right now we have O'Brien and Vera.
I'm happy to stay.
Great.
Same. I'm good with, yeah.
You're good to stay
Yes,
as the alternate?
yes.
Great, thank you. The Independent Cities Association?
Same.
And if anyone would like to chime in, if they're interested in a position that they may not be in right now, please vocalize. Okay, now we have City Manager Jones, who will become the Disaster Management Area A Executive Board member. And next we have the West Side City Council of Governments. Right now we have McMorrin and O'Brien.
I'd like to see if I could switch out with Councilmember McMorrin for West Side COG.
Okay.
Or, yeah.
And Councilmember O'Brien, are you?
I'm happy to stay.
Could I be the alternate for that one as well, or?
I'm happy to give it to you.
Okay.
So I just heard Vice Mayor Fish will take over
Thank
the
you.
alternate position for West Side City Council of Governments. Yeah? The ICI,
I'm happy to keep doing that. I've never met for that.
and there's no alternate, so that's great. Clean Power Alliance, we have McMorrin and Fish.
I want to stay.
I'm sorry?
I would like to stay.
Okay.
I haven't served, so I'm happy to stay, or if anyone wants to be the alternate, feel free to speak up.
Okay. LAX Noise Roundtable, we've got Puza and O'Brien.
Happy to stay.
Same, great. We do have, in the staff report, there's a recommendation for the voting member to be,
Adam?
Ryan Drenak, who's the Culver City landscape architect. And then have Adam Ferguson be the non-voting member. Is everyone comfortable with that? And then the Baldwin Hills, we have Fish and Vera. Have you been meeting?
Yeah, I've been going. I'm happy to stay on, or?
Okay. And Councilmember Vera agrees to stay on as well. Wonderful. Okay, here we are with the city subcommittees. The Joint Finance and Judiciary Subcommittee, and the Treasury Investment Subcommittee, and the Audit, Financial Planning, and Budget Subcommittee. We all recommend that those three are the same two council members, and right now it's McMorrin and Fish. We're happy to keep that. Great. The Standing Econ Dev Subcommittee.
I'm happy to stay there.
Same.
Right. Okay. The CCUSD / City Council Liaison Committee,
Stay.
stay, right? The Sustainability Subcommittee,
We don't really we alternate chair, or at least right now, so there's really no delegate alternate.
oh, no, once we get to the subcommittees, there's no delegate.
Oh, okay,
It's
I might-
just the two members.
Okay.
So I just want to know if Councilmember McMorrin, you would like to stay on it?
Yeah, I'm
and
happy to stay.
Mayor Puza?
It's been good.
Okay, great. This is going quickly. Happy for that. The Standing Mobility Subcommittee currently has Mayor Puza and Vice Mayor Fish. We're good to stay? Great. The Ad Hoc City Council Policy Subcommittee is Councilmember Vera and Vice Mayor Fish.
I'm happy to stay.
Okay. Should I just copy and paste everything? The West LA College Liaison Subcommittee is Councilmember O'Brien and Mayor Puza.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure when we'll get a new president there, so we may not have some meetings for a while. The Ad Hoc Short-Term Rental Policy Subcommittee.
Yeah.
And Vice Mayor Fish, do you still want to be on that?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Ad Hoc Equity Subcommittee, we have Councilmember McMorrin and Mayor Puza. Councilmember McMorrin, did you say yes?
Yeah,
okay, great.
sorry.
The FIFA and Olympics Ad Hoc Subcommittee?
Sorry, I think the last one was an error, maybe?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, it's Puza,
Oh,
sorry.
good catch, I wasn't looking there.
Thank you. Yeah, the copy and paste didn't work. So we have O'Brien and Puza on the, okay, we're good. And same for the ad hoc minimum wage.
Yeah.
Ad hoc general plan subcommittee, we have Councilmember McMorrin and Mayor Puza.
What's the function of that one again?
We haven't met, so.
Was that the public safety element? As I recall, last year, that was an effort to revive the public safety element.
No, didn't work.
Is that one you
Maybe
would
this
like
year.
to consider?
So one thing we
resolving?
could do with that is just a suggestion. We also have our police subcommittee, and if that was the purpose of that one, I don't know if that would require another conversation, but if instead of it being a police subcommittee, we could do a public safety subcommittee that's just more general, and we could collapse. And it could encompass, we could do the general plan conversation, we could do police policies, but it would just be anything related to public safety. Just throwing that out there as a suggestion.
I know that the police subcommittee was going to be a standing committee on its own,
Right.
but I'm not sure if that would be something that full safety would want to have. So we would probably have to take that as a separate item.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to think how we can consolidate some of the
Right.
maybe slight areas where there is overlap or.
And in that same vein, I thought this earlier, but I didn't say it, and I support that. Vice Mayor Fish. It's going to take me a while, sorry. But I was thinking with the short-term rental policy subcommittee, I served on that in the past. If I remember, I didn't meet super frequently. But since that's sort of related to housing and homelessness, would it make sense for those two to also be collapsed? I know that in both instances, we're talking about a subcommittee that is standing. So I don't mind if things are, brought down.
If I may make a suggestion, if there is interest in sort of combining those, since the Housing and Homelessness Standing Subcommittee is a broad committee on many topics, the council could consider dissolving the ad hoc short-term rental and just give direction that when that project gets underway again, that staff work with the standing subcommittee. I know it was created as an ad hoc committee because it was creating some regulations for short-term rentals, but I think a lot of that work was done. It just needs to be refreshed. It's one of those projects that ever since the pandemic kind of got put on hold and hasn't been able to get up and running again. So that's just one idea.
I would argue that I think it needs some urgency because there's loss. We're not capturing TOT that's out there right now. We're only collecting from Airbnb, not VRBO or others.
Councilmember O'Brien, would you be, with that urgency in mind, would you be amenable to, because we've done a lot of work in that, met 4 times, I think, or something. Would you be amenable to remanding it where we've left off to the housing homelessness with the direction we've given already?
I would kind of like to have the diversity of input that we have on that I provide. But whatever the council decides on that.
And I didn't realize there was so much input from this current body. So I don't know that there could be a potential Brown Act issue with 3 different members weighing in prior to, well, I guess once a standing subcommittee, so it would go publicly.
Because we've already.
But, yeah.
Yeah, we met a couple times in the past year.
Sorry, City Attorney, you saying that would be an issue if it went to standing?
Probably not because it's a public meeting. It would be more of an issue if it was another ad hoc committee. So whatever the city council wants to do. I do think that if there is urgency, sometimes it's easier to get ad hoc meetings together versus standing subcommittees. And I don't know who on staff is taking the lead on that, so.
Councilmember O'Brien, who have you worked with on staff for this committee?
It was Assistant City Manager Jesse Mays.
Okay.
And also
Emily
CFO Soger.
And Emily.
And Emily.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 3 departments.
Okay.
Functionally, we can keep it the same. Timing is always, what's that question now? But functionally, we can keep it the same.
So as long as the Standing Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee is working on separate items, right? So there's no overlap. That should be fine, right?
Sorry, we meet every other month for housing, right? Since we came back.
But that's correct, that what Clerk Bocchino is saying is that there couldn't be overlap, because then we would have a Brown Act issue.
Okay. I'm down to keep it as is. I think we're pretty deep into it too, so might as well get it over the finish line and.
It'd be great to finish it up anyway.
Yeah,
just
I know
close it and
we're
close it.
trying, yeah.
And if you don't mind my asking, the goal of that is to bring this back, so that I'm trying to plan for, when we're doing, bring this back to the full council. So I'd love to get an idea of a timeline for you.
Yeah, I think there were, I can't remember the direction, but there was, we've employed a consultant to give us feedback on some of our requests. I'd have to look back at the agenda.
Okay.
Minutes.
Yeah, I think we can talk, I think Emily was going to be the point person going forward, so I think we can, and probably Jesse too. And also Lisa was involved in this, yeah, so those three will probably be able to
I'll touch
put the
base with
pieces
them
together.
and see if we can get.
But going back, if my colleagues are open to it, the police subcommittee was sort of initially intended to be a public safety subcommittee. We ended up really focusing on police to separate it from the general plan conversation. And I'm wondering if it makes sense to have a just general standing city council instead of police subcommittee, public safety subcommittee, and that can have, where we can have those, the general plan, public safety element conversation in that committee. Curious if that's.
I like, actually, Vice Mayor, I appreciate sitting on this, the police subcommittee with you as a diversity of thought and actually give me a different perspective on certain things, so we can keep it that way and I can still serve on that with you. I really would appreciate that.
Let me ask you this. Is there consensus to bring back a discussion of how to reformulate any of the general plan or the standing police subcommittee? Or do you want to just leave it as is for now and?
Would that need to be a new discussion? Because I remember we created the governance and housing subcommittees last year in this conversation. So do we?
We did, yeah. But I feel like the staff members aren't here for that.
From both police and planning and development, which staff them respectively. They may have some suggestions or ideas, so it might be beneficial to have their input before making changes.
So just to recap, so we didn't meet last year at all as a general plan subcommittee. Did the police subcommittee meet?
We met once. The ad hoc one met once, and then it was converted. And then we met once, but it was solely the 41 conversation and the RIPA report, which were meetings that the department always, annually does. So that was the only time we've met. We just did a subcommittee meeting as the department's 481 and RIPA report meeting.
Okay. So it seems like there's not any movement here, and I'm interested in there being movement. So if we need to have a discussion about that to create some movement, I'm open to that if that's the way we can do so. So I'm open to that. If colleagues are open to that.
Councilmember McMorrin, can you define movement?
Oh, well, taking a step back, it would be, every group meets with whatever frequency they meet. But based on the 2 meetings last year and none from the other body, that is sort of a flag to me that there should be more meetings, or, because people do care about this. What'd you say?
You're talking about the general plan?
Yeah, well, the general plan, there was none, and I'm hearing from my colleagues that police met once ad hoc, once for the RIPA. So maybe we should have an additional conversation about that, if that's the only way we can figure that out. So everyone can be here and I'm part of it.
Great.
And just to add, if I may
Sure,
add
yeah.
to what you said, Councilmember, I think what I'm hoping for is a place where we can talk about public safety issues across the board. So some of them will be policing, some of them might be, lighting, some of them might be our issues of our mobile crisis team, but it would be issues of safety throughout the city. And it would be staffed by the city and not by the police department, if that makes sense. It would be staffed by the city. So that's what I would, and so we can keep the committee as is for now, but maybe if we can agendize that conversation about just doing that one wholesale, if my colleagues are interested in having just a standing public safety committee, and having that be the body.
And then also possibly collapsing the general plan into that.
Yeah, and including the general plan in that.
Is that clear?
I would like to see if there's consensus for us to agendize that discussion. I've got that from all the council members? Yeah?
Okay, great.
Except for O'Brien. So that's 4 for consensus.
Thank you. And I'm happy to stay on this committee with Councilmember Vera for the
Okay.
time being until we have that conversation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And so we're back now to the ad hoc general plan. Should we maintain the same committee members for that moving forward until we find a new solution?
For sure. Do we know, we think we know, and it might come back? We don't know.
March, April,
Okay.
maybe?
Q2. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. This ad hoc signage subcommittee is currently Vera and O'Brien. Is that moving
with
forward
that.
well?
Yeah.
And similarly, the digital kiosk program,
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
and the standing housing and homelessness subcommittee, we have Fish and O'Brien currently. We're good? Sorry,
Rick Warren.
I was looking up. Okay, Vice Mayor Fish and Councilmember McMorrin are on the Standing Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee, and we're going to move forward with that. Yeah? And the Governance Subcommittee is Vice Mayor Fish and Councilmember McMorrin. Any changes to that?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay. All right, so now we dissolve the 2 special event and legislative policy subcommittees that are annual, and then we re-up them. And so while we're dissolving the Special Events Grant Program Subcommittee, that currently has Councilmember O'Brien and Mayor Puza on it, who would like to be on the 26, 27?
I'm okay doing it again.
I'm fine if no one else
Yeah?
wants that. Yeah.
Okay, great. I will add you. And then for the Legislative Policy Platform Subcommittee, those members were McMorrin and Puza. You happy with that? Great. And then the Ad hoc Police Policy Subcommittee is going to just be dissolved because now we have a standing one that has the same members. I don't think it was necessarily dissolved. I don't think it necessarily, it morphed into it. So I wanted to kind of just close the door on that. Okay, so that was easy. May I ask the council members if there are any other subcommittees that you are looking to consider at this time? Excellent. And we will come back with the other discussion as soon as we can. Thank you for taking the time. The time is now midnight. And I will ask for a motion to adopt all of these appointments. I'm not going to read these again. We have a motion by Mayor Puza, a second by Councilmember O'Brien, and that is to adopt respective resolutions and motions related to the appointment of council members to various outside agencies, boards, city council subcommittees, and other related bodies, create an ad hoc fiscal year 26-27 special events grant program and ad hoc 2026 legislative and policy platform subcommittee, and dissolve the ad hoc fiscal year 2025-26 special event grant program subcommittee and the ad hoc 2025 legislative and policy platform subcommittee. Please vote. Councilmember McMorrin, are you able to vote?
It says operation fails. Try it again.
Okay. Yeah, maybe refresh your screen.
Did it work?
Ah, it did. Thank
Okay.
you so much. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. So we're on to public comment for items not on the agenda, and we have one speaker.
Denise Neal, it's your time to shine. Miss Neal? I know it's late.
Sorry about that. I would like to know if we're going to be able to work with the, what is it? I think it was the hedge fund and things. And I wanted to know if we could also make some plans for the parks and if we're going to do the FIFA field. There are just lots of things I still like to talk about. That's all I can think of now. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Great. Are there any member requests to agendize future items? Councilmember McMorrin?
No.
Vera? Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to suggest, do we need to have a conversation about the unique issues that the YMCA is asking for when it comes to Jubilo Village project? Do we need to have an expedited conversation about what the city would be able to help them with? Or maybe that's a question for the city attorney, or I just want to make sure we don't miss any opportunity to assist in whatever way the city can, not financially, but just in, being, allowing for a conversation or facilitating a conversation. I know parking is one of the things that they're activated over, and want to make sure that an organization that's been a partner to the city for so long, has what they need. That's my question. It's more for the city attorney's office. Is there any way that we can facilitate a conversation that might be helpful in this?
So it's my understanding that there has been conversations with CCSM and Planning and Development with regard to parking issues, and I do think there were some options available. With regard to any agreement that's required between the YMCA and CCSM, I'm not sure what the councils would discuss on that, in that regard. And I don't know where those conversations stand. We could certainly report back. We could inquire and report back to City Council just informationally about where that stands.
That'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, I'd be curious, and I just brought it up in case there's anything, we needed to do before the next meeting. But yeah, just appreciate any information that you have on where that is.
It's a tricky situation because it's two private parties trying to work out an agreement. So I'm not sure what the council would discuss, even if the council were to get the three nodding heads to have a special meeting to talk about it. I'm not quite sure what.
Yeah,
would
it
be
was more a
discussed.
question of the why, the why needing additional parking and seeing if the city could somehow broker an agreement with, another property that might have that parking
I
available
do believe,
or something like that.
I believe those types of conversations are going on with our Planning and Development Department, as far as I know.
Yeah, to Mayor, members of council, I know that the question was raised to our Planning and Development Director. He responded to the developer that they did, in fact, had the right to adjust their 50 parking spaces that they have there. But to echo what the city attorney is saying, it's truly an item between the two property owners at this point. The developer has the capacity within our agreement to make some adjustments to his 50 or 60 parking spaces it currently has without our accommodation. It's just a matter of the two private parties getting together and figuring out what they would like to do. And we're not really a party of that.
Thank you, City Manager, and thanks, City Attorney. Appreciate it.
But we can inquire and provide an update to the council.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Great, and I just have two items requesting a presentation. One is on a program called PACE, and it's a financing tool that allows property owners to pay for eligible improvements over time through a special assessment added to their property tax bill. And it removes upfront barrier costs to encourage sustainability, resilience improvements, and includes seismic retrofits and other things related to climate.
I see nodding heads from all city council members. Thank you.
And then the second one is a presentation on Safe Parking LA, or from Safe Parking LA.
So the organization is Safe Parking LA,
Yes,
and they'll be presenting on
the services that they provide.
services, okay. And do we have consensus from all of the council members? Thank you very much, I appreciate it. And I would like clarification. These lovely members of the public who had asked for consensus regarding an event.
We did that earlier.
We did that, and that's confirmed that that will come back at a future council meeting?
Yep.
I just wanted
Yes.
to ensure that they were made aware.
Is there, I can't
The
hear.
event
That is
is
their
on
date.
February 17th.
Chinese New Year or Lunar New Year starts on February 17th, the Spring Festival.
So it would need to come back either on the January 26th or the February 9th City Council agenda. And for clarification, if you don't mind coming up to the podium, and I'd like to confirm what it is you are asking for. Is it a sponsorship?
Sure,
Or-
I think we had some discussions with Mayor Puza, and I think there was some movement or some direction that potentially the city and the event manager for the city could put together an event in recognition of that event, and potentially we could participate with our students doing a performance or something like that, along with other local community members, community organizations, at a city-organized event in recognition of Chinese and Lunar New Year.
Yeah. Thank you. That gives us the direction we need, and the special events manager will be in touch with you. Do we have your contact information?
Yes.
I've connected them, so he'll reach out, and I'm sorry that he didn't do it earlier, but.
And is, just for my clarification, does this, does this still need to come back at another council meeting with the events manager? Okay.
Yes.
And
So you will meet with the special events manager. He will put together the request as they are able to do so and present it to the council for approval.
And do we still think there's enough time if we come back at potentially the January 26th meeting?
I would think it would be closer to the February 9th meeting, but it might be a little too late to put that together, but I can't really say for sure. So we should have the special events manager speak with you so that he has a better understanding of what it is you're really looking for and how the city could assist.
Okay.
Just for clarification, the process is you have to agendize something first, and then staff will come back with a report at a follow-up meeting. So it's in motion because we received consensus to move forward with it.
Understood. Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, can I make my motion to adjourn in memory? Not to rush us, but a little to rush us. We ready? All right. I'm going to lift up we don't know when her services are going to be just yet, but Councilwoman Heather Hutt from Council District 10 in Los Angeles put up a post that I thought did a good job of highlighting some of Ms. Atkinson's accomplishments. So I'll lift that up. Joy Atkinson was a pillar of our community whose impact on the Los Angeles region cannot be overstated. As a dedicated leader, she served with distinction in numerous critical roles, including executive director of the NAACP, and she was a key figure in the California Democratic Party. Her tireless advocacy for our community, especially through her work with organizations like LAPI, the Los Angeles African American Women's Public Policy Institute, which I graduated from in 2017, influenced a new generation of leaders who continue the fight for equity today. So Ms. Joy truly was a woman who lived up to her name. She was compassionate, she had a heart of gold, and she was fiercely committed to justice. This loss is deeply personal for so many of us who were close to Ms. Joy, including her family, and their mothers knew each other, and they were friends for a long time. But I just want to lift up my LAPI sisters in this time. There's a lot of pain, and folks are really grieving this monumental loss. So thank you all for allowing me to lift up Ms. Joy Atkinson and her contributions to our community and to Black women's leadership in the region. Thank you.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Mayor Puza. Please vote. The time is 12:14. That motion is approved unanimously, and we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.